tonight to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Today we are going to talk about the lights video that kind of clicked a light bulb with me when I watched it. So I wanted to go over it with all of you. Hey Jude, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Connie S. We have Denise Harris, good to see you. Welcome in Crazy Cat Lady. Andrea, nice to see you. Hey Heather, good to see you. Ann Reynolds. Ann Reynolds, I'll have to check my email. I probably did get it, but I will check it and let you know whenever we look for a clip. I'm sorry about that. I did not get a chance to check my emails today. Oh, hey, Truth Hurts Sometimes. Thanks for being here. So yeah, we're gonna get into, hey show poodles, good to see you. Into this video today. There is another kind of a series that is out, the first part, but I figured I might wait a little while and see if the part 2 will come out. So that way, you know, we can kind of examine it together. But this video has a lot of what kind of puts these clips that I guess I didn't realize were 3 different clips. I think I saw maybe 2 out of the 3 of them. When I really look closely, it's hard to tell because at a certain point, someone seems to pause the video and kind of just continue to record with their phone. Hey, Crafting and True Crime, good to see you. So it's interesting, to say the least, but it is, puts things into perspective from Nick Barris's video, which we saw, kind of the corner of an entire picture, right? And we're always kind of referring to this camera footage from the corner house, kind of on Stafford and Kellen, right? We're relying on that footage. There was a couple of different leaks of it, and then also people will, oh, thank you show poodles for gifting a membership. That's so sweet of you, thank you so much. And if you get a membership from show poodles, make sure you say thank you. That is so sweet. But yeah, so it's these 3 different clips that I suppose, you know, I mean, when people kind of leak out information, it's kind of hard to tell. But Nick Barris's video was kind of more of a zoomed in area because what he was trying to focus on is kind of the people going back and forth between the house, right? And not really what kind of illuminated the area where there was a car that pulled up, right? I was stuck on that for a little while, and I don't know if some of you were or if you kind of were already aware of this, but I was really wondering what tripped off the light source that would illuminate the area enough to see activity near the car. Because of course that is, hey Poppy Love, good to see you. So that was really curious to me because that's really how Sebastian would have gotten out of the neighborhood that night, right? Possibly, allegedly, in my opinion. And so I think it's just important to kind of understand all of that. And then also these videos, because I know like with doing a lot of editing, you might, you know, have a raw video that you're kind of changing or altering. Maybe you're cropping it to look at a certain point of view like Nick Barris did. Maybe you are lightening it up, adding a filter, kind of changing the perspective when it comes to kind of what you're seeing, things like that. So it's very, you know, it's kind of a weird area because if it's not the original video, it's not going to be as reliable because someone has taken the video and they've changed it somehow. Now there's certain different enhancements or alterations that you do or editing that you do to a video and it doesn't change it a whole lot, right? And you can like for instance, Nick Barris's video, when he just kind of crops that in, points out the light sources in the video, that is more of a raw video that he obtained from a neighbor's camera footage. I made a latte. So, either way, I want you to kind of pay attention. It is a little bit, and a lot of you probably watch the Mob Crew a lot, and I don't have a chance to watch everybody all the time. I actually stumbled upon this video right after my live last night, and I do remember people discussing it in the chat, but I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention, but I did have it as a recommendation. So which was awesome because it's very informative in my opinion. And like I said, it kind of struck a light bulb in my head where I was like, oh, that's where the motion sensor would have tripped that off, because I was wondering where how that could have happened, if it was an animal that went by there, if it was even a person walking their dog, because we know people were walking dogs. People have different work hours, right? I used to work at night all the time. That's kind of why I'm more of a night owl, per se, too. So it's kind of like I'm just kind of used to being up and alert in the nighttime. So with that being said, there could be people that are just getting off of work and that are walking their dogs. There could be people that have, whatever, are wanting to go out in the yard. I mean, they might be going for a cigarette or something like that. You just never know. It's a free country. They can do whatever they want. So I just kind of didn't know if it was a person or if it was, the vehicle makes the most sense to me. Because even if, say, the front of the car, right? So the front of the car was just a little bit in that path, right, where it would trip the motion sensor lights, it wouldn't take much, right? And in even any type of, it just depends on like the settings to how sensitive these lights are, what they're designed to do, and how people have them set up for security reasons. Hey, just me, good to see you. And so it's very interesting, and there's kind of a lot to it as well. Like I said, when we take into account that somebody has taken, well, one altered the first one, just the corner right, the rest of it, in the second video was altered in a way, to check out what was going on with the car. The third one was also a little bit, but it did show, the second and third videos do show, the entire camera view, kind of how it would be seen. And then also we're going to see how the recreation is debunked. I thought it was a good explanation. It was a lot of the same reasoning that I used to debunk the video. And it's very difficult since there's people using like phones for this. It's not the original. It's not like they recreated it with the person's camera, so, hey, at 3 a.m. we're going to, can we have your footage from this time to this time, and then do a recreation in that way. They didn't do it that way. It was a lot different. So we'll kind of go over that too tonight. Hey, Canadian True Crime, good to see you. So I think it's going to be a really great show. I think it will be a great show, and we can just kind of discuss that. Also, if the analyst stops in, we do have these other photos that I was interested in just talking about, that kind of came from the still, right? And then it's also kind of a comparison between what hindsight did. And I think hindsight did a fantastic job on that video as well, but there are some colorations, some changes to the video that was posted. So I just kind of wanted to go over that. And even if analyst stops in for the chat, maybe they could just kind of go over it with us. And so that way we can, get a better understanding of what maybe they're perceiving to have happened. Because I know in that video, it was more of like maybe a piggyback theory, like how, allegedly Sebastian would have been taken out of the house in that manner, in this camera footage, whether it was from camera, at this home in the neighborhood, or if it was this angle or this home. I think that's very important to understand. And again, that's why I would love to go over this video. So I'm going to do that. We'll just play this first clip right here.
Anything juvenile, 2008 Traffic Court, 1008 Traffic Court, Commissioner. Call advice this morning, they was having a 15-year-old male talking to bed. Here right now, 3 blonde hair, my bed, but we're going to turn down. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. Those have a kind of autism. It's the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
Sebastian Rogers is a 15-year-old autistic teenager who lives in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was last seen Sunday night on February 25th by his mother, Katie Proudfoot. The next morning, on the 26th, his mother went to wake Rogers up and get him ready for school, but Rogers was nowhere to be seen. Sebastian Rogers was allegedly wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, his glasses, and his keychain flashlight. They also claimed that all of his shoes were accounted for, which means he is most likely barefoot.
The Amber Alert and last sighting, which the date says February 26th. On Monday, February 26th, an endangered child alert was issued for then 15-year-old.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to kind of go over just kind of how the videos came about, and then we'll get into what I discovered.
Is it the file? And I'm told it could.
So, of course, the first, video of the lights video, obviously was introduced by Nick Barris. He got a hold of some footage, and so we have what I call the Nick Barris version, which he showed in. There's like two different clips. There's this one here, and then there's one where he uploaded to Facebook where it's a minute and I think it's like a minute and 37 seconds or something like that. And anyway, so I'm just going to play this part here just to kind of explain each version of the footage, because it's very important to understand this in the context.
Become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads.
So we have the Nick Barris video. And so, obviously, I kind of showed, because at the time when we just had the Nick Barris video, obviously it was zoomed in. We didn't really have a lot of context of where the video was, kind of positioned, right? We just had these two lights up kind of the top here, which are floodlights from the home across the street. Keep in mind, because of the driveway and where the camera is positioned, everything is tilted, and that's just because the camera is kind of angled down, and you're on a driveway that's kind of on a bank, and because of that position, it makes obviously the cars are kind of facing at an angle, so that means things that are running across they're not running like down. It's just because we need to tilt the footage to the left. But anyway, Nick Barris's video, this is where it would actually be located,
which would be a cropped and zoomed in portion of the surveillance video, leaving the public without much context. But I take a still shot from the zoomed out video so you can see where the Nick's portion is coming from. What many did not know is how Subject 1 and Subject 2 originally got labeled as they appeared. I recently figured out how. I believe they came to the conclusion.
So that's just kind of a simple explanation of the Nick Barris video.
In one of the leaked videos, we can actually see.
And then from there, we had 3 leaked videos. And these are the ones that we're going to focus on tonight. And just kind of give kind of explain how they came about.
Subject 1 appear by itself and move across the screen. The Nick Barris video shows what happens right after. This video shows how they labeled Subject 1 and 2 as only one light appears first, then Subject 2 follows. Not long after the Nick Barris video was released, in one of the Facebook groups for Sebastian, someone would post 3 more clips of the surveillance footage from that night. These videos would reveal a lot more than just lights moving in the background. One of the biggest issues from these videos is that the timestamp is frozen at 3:11 a.m. This has caused much confusion on when this video was actually recorded. On top of that, when looking at the newer clips, it appears that a car is seen turning on its lights. Meanwhile, flashlights are moving around before and after this mysterious vehicle appears.
Okay. So now you guys kind of have the context of, we had the Nick Barris version, and then we have 3 more leaked footages, or 3 more clips that were leaked a little bit later on after the Nick Barris video. Throughout the whole last year, I've tried to put those in order and finally kind of figured out how they labeled Subject 1, because the first clip that was leaked actually just shows Subject 1 moving, and then when you add in Nick Barris, it's kind of like the second part to what's going on.
Okay, guys, so there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of different clips that were kind of you couldn't really tell what order they were coming in, right? Hey, Baba Rose, Butter Biscuit, good to see you. Good to see you. And we have, I saw some, just me. We have couponing. Good to see you, couponing. And so, I mean, I do think that it's kind of worth noting that some of the way that we have been viewing these videos may have been a little bit off before. So it's very good information. So it starts out playing the dispatch audio, 15-year-old not in the bed. But then I also noticed that it said that, he was seen in his house before midnight. And so I always wonder about that, because there's always this midnight time frame, right? That seem to pop up in the very beginning with the feet and their story, and then also whenever Nina is telling that when Stepfoot was telling Nina basically what happened with Sebastian that night, he used the time frame between midnight and 12:30 to 6 a.m., right? And so I just always find that odd that in the beginning, and I'll need to kind of check over this, but I'm almost positive that was always the story in the beginning, was the midnight, midnight, midnight. And even when Hey Jude sent over a clip, and Justin played it too, and it was weird because Katie did say midnight in that newspaper clipping as well. So it's very bizarre, right, that they keep on referring to this, and then also the fact that they were doubling down on the footage that was not important to the investigation, and that is per Sheriff Craddock. So he came out and wrote an email about that. So it also goes into Sebastian being put out as an endangered child. So there was first an endangered child alert on Sebastian. Obviously, in the beginning, and we hear the dispatch, they talk about Sebastian having autism, right? This is the first time this has happened. He is autistic, gives his description, and says that, he hasn't been seen since, around midnight. Also, about a day later, or even I believe it may have even been later on in that day, when it was about the 5 o'clock news hour, there was an Amber Alert issued. And then of course, then every day we were hearing Amber Alert, Amber Alert, Amber Alert, right? So pretty close, but at first it was an endangered child alert that we had for Sebastian. Nick Barris's video is going to be the first video. So anytime that Chris is referring to a video as the number 1 video or first video, that's going to be the Nick Barris video. And just always keep in mind that one is the cropped in version that's kind of zoomed in on the light sources, right? And you can kind of tell that through it. But just, just to keep that in mind, because I write stuff down, and I wrote a whole bunch of notes even last night when I was watching it. And so, but I always wanted to kind of associate that back with, the first video footage, because subsequently we had 3 more clips come out that were leaked onto Facebook, onto Sebastian Rogers' Facebook page, that is very pro finding Sebastian, right? They're very interested in finding him, and want to know what happened. And so they were putting out this footage, right? So we're going to be talking about that a little bit too. Now, the hell of it is, the hell of it is that it's a 311 frozen timestamp. So all you see is that 31104, and it's just frozen like that. And so the camera was still working, and we'll find out more about how they narrowed down the time frame on that as well. Very interesting. Makes a lot of sense, and just logically, like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see how that would happen or be, right? It just makes sense. But they were able to kind of narrow it down and retrieve that information, thankfully. Hey, Lori, good to see you. And so there's that. Now we go to when Nick Barris is talking with Sheriff Craddock, and Sheriff Craddock is going to say later on, and I do want you to really pay close attention to kind of his verbiage and how he puts it out there, right? Because he's saying, no, we don't find any evidentiary value right now, but perhaps we will later. It's going in the case file, right? But Nick Barris himself says that this camera footage that he's about to show us and everything, which is the first video, could be more significant depending on where the investigation leads. And that is what Nick Barris was quoted to have said. But as I've mentioned before, he has certainly changed his tune. And as of lately, he's kind of come more at a neutral angle, which is it's not bad. It's not a bad thing, but I believe that it's hard for us to kind of think about the guy that was trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian, and then now it's like, oh, it's not really an investigation criminally. It's more, and nobody has anything to do with it, and nothing to see here. And I think it's very difficult for us to accept that, and especially when we don't see any new efforts. It's always like the same clips that have been redone over and over and over again. That's kind of where I get really held up there. Thank you so much, Hey Jude. And guys, the mob crew, I did not put the whole entire video in there. Chris puts a lot of effort, a lot of work. Speaking of the contrary, the opposite of that, he puts in a lot of work, and he also is very logically thinking and explains things out where it's not like, here's what I have and this is my theory, but doesn't back anything up with it. So it is very interesting, and I would invite you to go check out his whole live. Also, like I said, he dropped a video that I did watch. It was very well done, and it's a part 1 video breaking this all down. And it's I think it's a 17-minute clip. So really, or not a clip, video. But it's very well done. So definitely go check him out. So then we have the floodlights across the street, right? So based on the way the camera angle is kind of flowing, there are a little bit of different nuances that we have to kind of pay attention to. One, that the home is kind of up onto like a bank, so it's a little bit higher up, and the tilt on the camera is down, right? It's kind of a downward tilt. And so when we're looking at it, it's going to be a little bit skewed, if you will. But it's just good to know those little things so we can kind of make up for them and understand them. So we see the floodlights that are directly across, directly across from the Proud Feet. So if you're looking at their house, it's going to be the house to the left, and they have floodlights up there. And you'll see all the visuals on this, by the way. But I just kind of wanted to put it into perspective for you. And then also, yes, just a bit of an angle view based on where the home is situated. Okay, so subject 1 appears, and then subject 2 follows. So that's what we're kind of focused on in Nick Barris's video. And like I said, I'm not as familiar with Chris's videos as I'm getting with them, but he has been talking about the light source that kind of stays stationary in the video, the one that doesn't kind of move around a lot, and you can kind of see them first, and they're pretty stationary. that person is referred to as a scout, which I think is appropriate because of the way that they are sitting back, they're watching, right? This is very strategically done. In my opinion, when you are dealing with people who have a certain type of a background, they are going to be able to complete a mission without falter, right? It's just something that they are accustomed to. It's part of their training. And so just to keep that in mind, I believe that this is a very strong possibility. So with that being said, there is a scout that stays stationary. And then of course you see the person, you know, that's going back and forth in the video, right? You see them come and then they run back toward from the, you know, through the common area, which we all refer to as that common area, through that area back to the Proudfoot residence, allegedly, from what it appears to be in the videos, right? So now we got the 3 clips that are posted to Facebook. They're leaked there. Timestamp frozen 3:11 a.m. We have the car turning on their lights. Now, this was also something that I wondered if that would trip off some sort of a motion sensor, right? Like as if somebody, you know, if car lights might be something that it would be a possible setting or, you know, motion. They, like it would see the lights come on and it would turn lights on as well. Possible, I'm not sure. Then also, but again, I do see the car, even if it's coming up just a little bit into that view, tripping those no matter what. So, but I was just wondering how far, you know, that might trigger them, just the lights. Cause I mean, I believe they have them shut off. Well, I know they do at certain points. And then we're going to watch as kind of Chris kind of puts these all in order for us. The Nick Barris and the Nick Barris original lights with the crop, and then the bits that were put out onto Facebook kind of leaked out there. Hey, Ann Reynolds, let me check and see. I'm so sorry. I'm so like hyper focused on this lights video. I did not check. Let me just check it really quick. I get like that, guys. I'll get mad scientist on you. So you gotta remind me things sometimes. I apologize. Let's see. Oh, I do not see it. Oh, is it maybe in the mod squad, possibly? Okay, I did get it. I got it. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I forgot we were having trouble with the other email, so you had to send it to Mod Squad. Okay, wonderful. Yes, and I will definitely get back with you, Ann, tonight. Although it might be a little bit late after the live, but I'll still reach you back. Oh, you have a big day tomorrow. Have to move. Oh gosh. Well, be careful moving. I know that can be a long and stressful day. Oh, but that's a good thing that you're getting a new dryer. Very good. That's awesome. Is it like a big one with, you know, the thing that spins around? I don't know what it's called. That big, like, I'm so horrible, guys. I'm not a technical being. I'm very girly and I don't know what I'm talking about half the time with that. Yes. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Butter Biscuit says, I watch his video and subscribe, but I have really only chatted in ladies and smileys and a bush watcher. Aw, have to admit, that's cute, Butter Biscuit. That, I mean, I do that too because, you know, sometimes I feel rude if I just come in there for like 10 minutes and, you know, kind of see what's going on. So sometimes I do that too. I'll just go in the bushes and just kind of see, oh, okay, all right, yeah, we're talking about that. Okay, cool. Oh, that's neat. You know, if I have a couple of extra minutes, I used to have a lot more time to do stuff like that and stay in chat. Yeah, yeah, that me too, Mountain Mama. And that's the most important thing to remember in this case, guys. We are probably going to be wrong on a lot of different things in this case because there's not a whole lot of evidence, right? So if we look at this case, a lot of what we've been doing is purely speculative. I would say a good 95% of it is. The one important thing to always remember, though, is if we're always thinking and critically looking at these situations where we don't have a lot of information, it's very important for us to do just that. And if we don't, then we're not doing the case any justice, and we're not really trying to figure it out, right? Open-minded. Nice, Anne. That's awesome. That's awesome. You'll have to let me know how it works. I love when you take like a whole bunch of clothes out of your dryer and it's like all warm and stuff. It's great. Um, and yeah, I think we have a great chat. You guys are sweethearts in here. I love you guys, and you're very smart. And that's the thing too. Um, when we could put our heads together, right, it's way better than us just kind of thinking about it, stewing on it, going down a rabbit hole. It's a lot better to kind of talk it out and get different perspectives and opinions on things. It may not always, like, sometimes it doesn't align or we don't agree, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't talk about them and talk them through. The most important thing is always to just kind of come to the table with the reason why, right? And I think that's important just because I might say, well, I think it's this way because, and then if you just say, well, no, I don't agree with that, then that ends the conversation, right? And we don't want to do that. So if you come to me and say, well, I don't agree with this because, and I can say, oh, okay, right, okay, so I can see what you're saying there, but what about this? That's how conversations keep going, right? If we just say, well, I don't agree with you, you're stupid, boom, shut down. It doesn't help anything. It just shuts the conversation down. And some people want that to happen, unfortunately. I've come to that conclusion. And Crafting in True Crime says, oh, sorry guys, that was personal. Front loader, boom, hey Jude. Front loader, thank you. No, okay, no, just a simple one. Well, that's okay. Hey, and a new one is gonna do great. It's gonna thank you, Couponi. It's gonna get those clothes nice and warm, especially a new one. You guys are hilarious. I love that you know the answers. See, because I'm sitting over here like, that thing, like the thing that does this, You guys are like the loader, the drum. My friends, they just redid their like little area for that. So they got, new washer and dryer, and then they did like the shelving behind it and did like a big barn door and stuff like that. And it looks really good. Because it's in their kitchen, so they were kind of trying to hide it, but they did such a nice job of it. Turned out great. But that's what I was thinking of theirs when I was trying to figure out. I mean, they got a huge one, but they have kids and stuff, so. And Butter Biscuit says, ladies sometimes will listen on the phone or TV while working or cooking. Oh, that's cool, Butter Biscuit. Thank you so much. I love that. I used to do that too, and I still do that, if I'm not trying to edit. That's the hardest thing because if I'm trying to edit, then I'll just listen to the same thing twice, which isn't always a bad thing, but I just try to like always pay attention and clip where I have to and things like that. So, but yes, it's good. It's relaxing. It's relaxing to do that, I think. Especially if it's like a story, that you haven't heard or something like that. Hey, Holly S., good to see you. Good to see you. Holly says 100 to Butter. And couponing. Oh, that's so sweet. Hey, Brandy and Indy, good to see you. Nice to see you. I can't live without laundry equipment. Hey, Jade says. I know. I don't know what people did before all that. Hey, Ash Cash, good to see you. I almost said another word. You got a tongue twister name. And let's see here, guys. I'm trying not to miss a comment. Yes, exactly, and exactly. I used to have to go to the laundromat, which was okay sometimes because they had like the great big one, the great big dryers, so I'd be done in like an hour, and I'd have like a week's worth of laundry. Yeah, yeah, Butter Biscuit, it is, and we're also passionate about it too, but Butter Biscuit says, "I would love for someone to prove me that certain ones are innocent. It's not that I choose to think anyone is guilty. My heart and mind makes their own decisions, and I listen to them." And I think that's the best thing that we can do. I think that it's gotta be like, um compassion, thinking it through, what's logical. Sometimes, we need like kind of a voice of reason, and I think that's good. When law enforcement or someone comes out, like when Jennifer Coffindoffer, for instance, when she comes out and she kind of talks to us about the different aspects of the case, it does put things into perspective for us, right? Because that, to me, she would be the voice of reason with all of us that don't have the credentials that she does, the experience level that she does. And so I always appreciate that too. But it is tough because, I have some pretty strong convictions on some of this as well. So I completely understand. Hey, Mama Bear, good to see you. Hey, RD, good to see you. Great for you to come in. Hey, Mama Bear. That's awesome. Pennsylvania Dutch. That is so cool. Holly has to listen to YouTube all day while doing everything. I don't ever watch anything other than YouTube. I have to admit, like sometimes I'll have the local news on just to see what's going on because I mean, I'm real new to the area, but and then I just scratch my head like, where is everything? I don't know where, like I'm horrible with directions as well. So I'm just like, okay, I think I know where that is, or something like that. But Lori says, what am I gonna do if Lily and Lori fix our washer? Oh no. I know, and see, Lori, like I said, I've had to go to the laundromat, and it's nice if you like, have like a week's worth of stuff. You can just hurry up and put it all in the bigger washer and dryers, and then it's done quickly. But it's a pain, and then also it's kind of like you hate to wash your clothes with other people's clothes, kind of thing. Hey, Jude Twins, good to see you. Oh, hey, Jude, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That's so sweet of you. That is so sweet of you. If you get a membership from Hey Jude, make sure you say thank you to her. And hey, Jill, good to see you. Little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Love horses. Hey, love horses. Aw. Little Miss Sharon. All right, Little Miss Sharon. Welcome, welcome. You're always in here, Little Miss Sharon, so that's a good thing. That's awesome. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. Oh, well, thank you for subscribing. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate it. Hey, Meow. Good to see you, Meow. And yeah, they do, Holly S. They do. And then also just, like, I don't know. I'm not a germaphobe by any means, but sometimes you wonder, like, when you're washing clothes with a whole bunch of people, you find, one time I found something questionable. It was kind of funny, but and I was like, that's not mine. Hey Trishy, good to see you. Good to see you. I kind of get silly though with any of those situations. I'll just kind of laugh about it. Aw, Meow, thank you. Aw, that's so sweet, little Miss Sharon. All right, guys, so we'll just get right back into Chris's video here. And like I said, it's super, like, I don't know if you haven't watched it yet, it just might like blow your mind, or you're just going to have like a little light bulb moment where you're like, oh, that's what the light was doing, type of thing. But here we go.
To what's going on, because then you have subject 1 and 2. But we're not going to be really focusing on what they're still doing, much debate, even though it's very important what's going on in the background. But we're going to be focusing on a different part,
on where and what the lights are, where they're coming from.
my theory, and this isn't just my theory, but I think this is a collective theory for a lot of people of what could have happened or likely happened, is we have this 2:58 3 a.m. car that drives up Killen and then turns back around, right? Then at some point, it would stop, allegedly, just before Stafford. Not sure which home there's a couple of homes just across from where Sebastian Rogers' home's at. It's believed it stopped somewhere between one of these homes. That's going to be highlighted here. And this is important. What this car does is very important, and we'll explain why here in a minute, what I discovered in the footage. But it's believed it stopped. And my theory is it let maybe one or two people out, and then they walked back towards the Proudfoot home, in my opinion. And then the car would then drive and turn onto Stafford. And there are some major clues that I discovered last night and this morning that confirm more of this theory. So let me play this part here, and then we're going to look at the clips, and I'm going to show you. So here it is. And meanwhile, I just want to say, I cannot elaborate right now, but for those that know, there are things that are going on right now. Had some very exciting phone calls that had nothing to do with what I discovered. So there are a lot of moving parts going on right now. But again, I can't elaborate right now. But I can just tell you there are things going on, and I'm very excited because all it takes is that one piece, I think, for this case to break wide open. Okay, so then the car, I think after it lets some people out, then turns onto Stafford. This is very important, and I found some evidence to back this up. Even though this has always kind of been the theory, there's more to this now that I have discovered that can back this theory up even more. Remember, we have 3 clips that were leaked, right? First video, so as you can see, I labeled it video 1. This video is the one where it starts to show a subject 1 kind of moving. It's not a long video. I think it's, I want to say 39 seconds. And so let's play this. Let me move. Make sure you guys can see it. And there's something, and it was right in front of my face the entire time. And I've seen this, but I kind of chalked it off as something else. So now I put this red line to kind of show you that's where, the first subject starts to move. But our focus is actually going to be over here, and it's very important. So again, we can see subject 1. If you're on your cell phone, I do apologize because we're not really going to be focusing much on the actual movement of the lights. We're going to be focusing on this side because there are some clues that were sitting right in front of me this entire time that happened. So we're going to now replay this clip. Again, remember, it's only like 39 seconds or less. I don't have all the times down. Okay, so I zoom in. All right, so keep your focus on this area right here. This truck and this. Notice there is a light source, right? Seems to be one static light source that they have on, like a floodlight, right? That they just, I believe, keep on all night. That way, because if it's completely dark and you have surveillance footage and someone, breaks into your vehicle and you have no lights, well, that's not going to help. So I think they have one static light on, from what I understand, the entire night. But they also have a motion censored light. So watch this truck and even part of the Dodge Challenger or Charger goes really quick. guys see that? Let me know if you guys saw that. I'll back it up one more time, and we'll definitely elaborate. There's a lot more to it, but notice it's dark, and then notice, boom, all of a sudden there is a second light source that gets activated.
Okay, guys, so to me that was pretty impressive. Just with seeing kind of the stationary light that was kind of a floodlight that just stays on for surveillance purposes, right? Just so that way the camera has more light to work with. But they also had a second motion censored light that kicks on, and you can clearly see it, which is, hey, Astrology for Mystics, good to see you. Which is pretty neat, right? Because up until this point, we haven't really been able to see that kind of stuff going on. We just haven't. It was kind of up in the air for me. Putting it into this perspective, and then also when we're always focused on what's going on across the street, when we're not really focused on the immediate area and where the camera footage was actually shot from, it also changes our perspective, right? Because we're looking over here instead of looking over there, you know, type of a thing. Or we're looking up here in the corner and like, oh yeah, I see that light, you know, but we're not really paying attention to kind of what's going on in the neighborhood, which is equally important. So let's see here. Hey, Unjustice Project, good to see you. Good to see you in here. Oh, is that right? It shows all of this. So what we're talking about tonight, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I really believe that there's something to it. I really do. I really do. Yeah, around 3:10 a.m. Yeah, and the camera, like I said earlier, the hell of it is this camera footage is stuck. It's stuck, and you'll kind of see later. Chris does a wonderful job of explaining this. Basically, what happened to kind of cause the person whose footage it is to believe that this was around this time, and then of course the trash truck was the big indicator kind of how, you know, what time the trash truck was going through to the neighborhood, because that would have been picked up on a lot of people's cameras, obviously through the whole neighborhood. Anybody would have gotten that. So if you know, I mean, I'm not sure how it exactly went down, but they did have that whole list of footage, and people were turning in what they were turning into law enforcement, giving their addresses, things like that. So they could always narrow it down that way. And then don't, you know, we can't forget that people talk, right? And they're going to be like, okay, well, the trash truck passed by my house at this time, you know, da 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 da. So they can kind of you know, narrow down the time frame and basically get really close to that 5 to 5:30 timeline where the trash truck would have been going through the neighborhood picking up trash. But yeah, it's very interesting, and it'll kind of get explained too. Yeah, it is interesting. Unnamed. It is. It's it's narrowing it all down, because it is strange that the camera just kind of stopped. And we'll also find out too, as I mentioned before, that when the camera footage stopped, they were also able to go back through some of the footage and kind of narrow that down too, with based on a program that they were using as well. So you'll be able to see all that too. He does a great breakdown. He really does. You will not be disappointed. Hey, I am Two Bear. And I am Two Bear says, I thought everyone had seen that long ago. I noticed the motion light a while ago. Yeah, I didn't realize that that it had tripped on because of that. See, that was my big thing. I wasn't sure what really tripped it off. So it's difficult, because it could have been, you know, like a cat in the neighborhood. It could have been a person that walked by that maybe didn't get into the camera angle. You know, there's just so many possibilities that it could have been. So I just kind of chalked it up to, maybe it was an animal that kind of walked past it and did that. I wasn't thinking about the car being the culprit for tripping this light source on, and it just really made sense to me. So I mean, you can see it clearly kick on, but also I think it's important to kind of keep in mind that time frame of when it kicks on, in relation to what's going on across the street. It's difficult though, especially when we're looking at multiple video sources and then also putting them in the correct order, so we can kind of realize the sequence of events. But yeah, I wasn't 100% sure if the light was, why the light was tripped before watching this. Oh, wow. Wow. Tells a story. That's interesting. Astrology for mystics. Um, Trishy. Let's see. Good night, Anne. Good night. I will reply to your email, hun, whenever I get a chance after the live. I will do it. Most intense around 1:35 a.m. Well, and we just don't know what happened. Excuse me, what happened in the house. We just don't know. And unfortunately, I don't think that we ever will, unless it's at trial. But even then, there's a lot of things that it's very hard to believe the people that we're having to believe, right? Or that we're expected to believe. Oh no. Holly S. I know, he's just so good. He just does a good job of explaining things, and it's very thorough. It's not, um, when it makes sense, it makes sense. It's not very difficult to explain it, but he does do a really good job of like covering all the bases and just breaking it down in ways that people can understand it easily. Because like I said, I wasn't sure when excuse me, I wasn't sure what could have tripped these lights off. So I found that to be really interesting, but there's a lot more to it, as well, because we have the car that, stops on Kellen, right? It stops on Kellen. And the theory here is that this is when, people are being let out of the vehicle, right? So you have, the street Kellen that goes this way, and then there's a little curve that goes around, and that's Sebastian Street, which is Stafford Court. So, pulling back and letting these people out, and then pulling onto Stafford and kind of waiting, would be a strategic move. You will see later on that there are some things that would obstruct camera views where you wouldn't necessarily think that you would be within the camera view. But again, I really want you to keep in mind, and I know it's kind of hard because we're watching clips and so I'm talking in between of them, but keep in mind of the camera angle, right? It's pointing downward. It's the way that the home is situated is a little bit on an incline itself. And so when we're looking at the footage, it's going to be a little bit different, right? It's kind of going to give us a skew on what we're looking at. But either way, we're kind of talking about this concept where they kind of come up on Kellen, which we know there was a car, right? A dark sedan. Questionably, we're not exactly sure, but just the sedan, I think, might be the best indicator, without giving kind of a color and things. And we did talk about that last night. But either way, this mystery car was out there. It backed onto Kellen, pulled on to Stafford, and then when it left, it backed back on Kellen and out of the neighborhood. So, with that being said, the car does not belong in the neighborhood theory. Really looks good to me. One, because it's not it doesn't belong there. It doesn't belong really to anybody else that we know in the area. So it's definitely a mysterious car that doesn't belong in that area. This is approximately 3 a.m., right? 3:10 a.m. One thing that I thought was really awesome, there are some good things going on behind the scenes, according to Chris, and I think that's awesome. He described it as being excited or very exciting news, and that there are some moves being made behind the scenes that could possibly break this. And I believe that what he was saying about just maybe one thing could really be the straw, right? Because there might be enough to kind of tip the scale a little bit, right? So let's be hopeful for that. That's great news. Going back to video 1, we have subject 1 moving through. Now, this clip was only 39 seconds, right? So it was really fast. And the focus was on that motion sensor light from the home with the surveillance of the flashlight video that's in question. One light source was a stationary, the other one was a motion sensor light. So this is tripped on, and I'm going to go ahead and go right back into what Chris was talking about, because it really just kind of flows right into that. So here we go.
So clearly there is movement that is causing this motion light to be activated. This is huge. And this tells me that there's something going on. So that's video 1, right? Okay. But one more time, just for anybody that's didn't see it, video 1, keep in mind, boom, this is a little bit faster. You can kind of see it kick on real fast. Let me just back that up one time. Right there. And yeah, I've seen this. Obviously, I've seen this a million times. Well, not a million times, but probably 1,000 times. What I originally thought it was is I thought, because someone's using their cell phone, and I thought maybe because they had moved the cell phone a little bit, because they're trying, because there's always movement in these clips. I thought that maybe the light source just kind of picked up more. But I didn't even think about a motion sensor that's kicking on, a second light that's kicking on. And that's what's happening. And like I said, it was there the entire time. I've seen it happen a bunch of times, but I just thought, when they play the video, that they kind of moved their cell phone and the light just kind of picked up more on the camera. And so I just kind of chalked it off, but I didn't even think about it being a secondary source, which is a motion censored light, which is huge. So now, after seeing this, let's look at video number 2. Now notice, so video number 2 is where we have what I call the scout up sitting there. Remember the scout, and like I said, I'll do a full video that's not a live, but a short video explaining everything in these videos that I've discovered up to this date. But this is where the car kicks on its lights. But notice, do you guys notice something? We can see the original light source that is just on statically, right? Somewhere up here, and we'll look at a street view in a minute. But notice we can't see the Camaro, the light. Notice the truck is not illuminated as well as it was before. Now watch what happens. This is a 35-second clip, but I believe this clip is what they do is they hit play, and then once the car turns on its lights, they pause it, and then they take their cell phone and then zoom in, but the video's paused once the car kicks on its lights. But notice the motion light sensor is not on anymore. And I'll explain what I think is going on in a minute, but I want to play the first 3 clips and show you. So here's the car light turning on, but notice the motion light sensor is not on. Now we move to video 3, which video 3, unfortunately, is the worst quality of the 3 videos, unfortunately. But there's something glaring in video 3. Now, video 3 is where, if we were to focus on the top right with the lights moving, this is the one where we see a subject running back towards, in my opinion, somewhere near the Proudfoot's back home or whatever, the common area. But they are clearly running across. But notice, even though it's kind of bad quality, and we will examine further on this, but notice the floodlight is back on again. And I'll explain, we'll go through this again, and I'll kind of explain what I believe is going on here. So notice, we can clearly see that that light is now illuminated, and that motion sensor has been triggered again. But the thing's going back. Notice we don't see no car. And here is the 2. Here's video 3 at the top. And here's video 1, just to kind of show you the examples. Notice we can see much more of the light. And same with video 1. And so I'll just play that just to show you that that light is on. Notice then the light kicks on. So there we have that. So, all right. Okay. So this is obviously the home. Now, this is a street Google view. This is July 2023, obviously. So Sebastian obviously would go missing 8 months later, something like that. So I don't see a floodlight. Maybe they installed that later. But this is the thing that we want to focus on. And if anybody's knows a lot about motion sensors, want to email me. I'd like to know like the distance.
Okay, guys. So basically, we're going through, and this will be debunking the SF Cluminati cruise kind of reenactment next. But we do see the video 1 and 3 side by side in here. And then I also want to just a brief reminder too that there are several different videos that we're kind of looking at, piecing together, and creating a timeline for, because there was the Nick Barris video that came out with the cropped in version. Then we also have the 3 that were leaked onto Facebook, right? This just short clips. So there's clearly movement for the motion sensor to activate, right? But again, like we were just talking about, I wasn't exactly sure what could have tripped it off or what did trip it off until now. So the second light source kicks on, and we're kind of examining what tripped it off, and the theory is going to be more or less that it was due to the car that was in the neighborhood rather than people. But I am too, Bear, what you said, it could have been, and I even kind of speculated on maybe the lights as well from the vehicle. So just depending on what sort of motion sensor we're dealing with, what the settings are, different things like that, that does come into play as well. So that's a great point. Thank you. And so the light picked up, more of what the camera was viewing, and you can see the light illuminating. Video 2 shows the Scout, right? So now we're focused on video 2, which we're showing the stationary light source, the Scout, right? And they are sitting kind of waiting. So the theory is that the someone, possibly a driver, right, was on Kellen, drops off the people who are going to go out, the Scout, if you will, or scouts, could be scouts. But either way, those people are dropped off, and then the car comes on, that little curve. So from Kellen onto Stafford Court, and it positions itself where it is, where it would trip off the light source, motion censored light source. And that's where they're waiting, right? So the point of drop off is a little bit around the corner. On Kellen, they're waiting, or they drop off, they go around to wait, then they back onto Kellen, grab up who they're going to grab up and take off, right? That's the theory. So video 2 shows this scout person waiting. They also, in the video, they play it, and then the car light comes into play, and then they pause it. And you can tell it's kind of a cell phone video, or a camera taking a video of the video, if you will, because you can see the cell phone kind of zooming in at that point. And that would be the logical explanation for that. The motion light is not on yet, right? So they're zooming in on the car, they're kind of zooming in to see, and they might not, I should even back up, because they might not even be trying to zoom in particularly on the car. That's kind of up in the air in my opinion. But they might have been even trying to, focus in on what's happening with those light sources kind of off in the distance in that common area. But either way, at that point, the motion light is not on yet. In video 3, unfortunately, it is poor quality, or the worst quality of all of them. But there's also something in this camera, or in this video 3, that is glaring, right? So the top right lights are moving, right? The subject is running back to the Proudfoot's home. Now, their residence, in my opinion, right? And then the floodlights are on again in the video 3. You're looking at that motion sensor, and the subject is moving back through the yard at that time. So that's when the car does kick on these lights, right? The motion sensor lights activate. And then there's also a video 1 and 3 played side by side, which gives us a kind of a better view, because, as I said in the beginning, we're looking at different clips that have been altered in some fashion. It's not really the original footage that we're looking at. So just something to keep in mind. And Butter Biscuit says, "Lady, I wonder when the car pulled up, this had to be pre-planned for car to show up, lights leave the house, meaning the driver had to know what time to be there, wondering what crime started in home." Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing too. I wonder the same thing. I think it was sometime around then. I know Bobby the neighbor mentions this when she talked to JLR, and she also says that she saw someone carrying something over their shoulder, is what she alleged when she was talking to UA Crimson Tide and Stephen Crabtree on a recorded call that she was not aware that was being recorded. In her candid discussion, she mentions this activity in the neighborhood that night. Keep in mind that Bobby is, one of the kind of OG neighbors, right? Her family had lived in the neighborhood. She talked about her sister just living, right across, like the little common area, because there's a few of them in the neighborhood, and how they would, go across there and stuff and meet each other and things like that. So she's very familiar with the neighborhood. She's very familiar with all of the neighbors that live there. Keep in mind that the Proudfeet, I mean, they moved in 2018, I believe it was. So I think it was September 2018, around then, that they closed. And so they're newer to the neighborhood, right? But, I mean, I definitely wonder what happened in the home and everything like that. So, oh, thank you. Hey, Jude. Hey, Loretto. Good to see you. Yeah, I agree. Hey, Jude. The event at 3:10 a.m. was very coordinated. Yes. And even going back to what I was saying about kind of having that mission mentality, where, you know, maybe if it was one of us out there trying to concoct or coordinate, which is a great word, thank you, Hey Jude, to coordinate something like this, I think it would probably, well, one, it wouldn't go as smoothly, right? Because we don't have the training that we would need. But then also, it's something where it wouldn't take them as long to kind of come up with a good scenario, right? Especially if they're used to working in a team fashion, in that way. So I believe it was very coordinated. I think it was something that was planned out for quite a while. Initially, I said a year. It might have been a little bit less than that now, knowing about the CPS reports and things like that. I think that timeline could shift in my mind's eye, but I think that it was long planned out, and I think that that's why it was executed so well, in my opinion, because obviously we're trying to really pinpoint this information, right? And I know law enforcement has tons more than we don't. Excuse me, than we do, and we don't have all of the information that they have. So yeah, Poppy, and I do think, well, the Secret Service, they came in, if I'm not mistaken, for the first couple days. In the first week they were there, right? We had National Guard. We had a lot of different resources that came in. I don't know if they're directly involved now. I do know that, like, at the 6-month mark, we had the FBI come in. But I mean, I would love for them to step in. I think we're just so close that it could help. But then again, also keep in mind what Chris said earlier, that there are some things that are happening, moves being made behind the scenes that are going to really help with figuring all of this out. Yeah, Trishy, I mean, I agree. And she's so brave to come out and talk, you know, that's people, we need people to do that, you know. Um, yeah, and see that, you know, Holly, yes, that's just horrible, you know, and that leads me to believe that they don't want people talking about this case, that they do not want people looking into this case, or you know, I mean, even saying what they know, you know, they're going to get it, right? If you say what you know, we're going to come after you. It's not conducive with helping, you know, it's definitely hindering, in my opinion. Um, oh, thank you. Hey, Jude. Yeah, Poppy Love, the Secret Service did all the data at the beginning of the case, and there's extensive data analysis involved, in my opinion. You know, I believe that too. Because they're the ones that kind of are that's their forte, if you will. That is their forte. Hey, Jude, thank you for explaining that as well. And Butter Biscuit says, this had to be a long time in planning, at least a few weeks or months. I'm thinking at least after Christmas. Yeah, and you know, it's very curious to me too, Butter Biscuit, that Christmas, because obviously they had done something pretty awful to Nina around that time, right? Making her believe that they were going to take Faith from her again, which, you know, obviously happened when she was a baby, and then they were trying to do it as recently as that December, right? December 27th, 2024, 2023, excuse me. So it's one of those things that kind of, you know, adds to that big snowball that we're kind of talking about, or that other, you know, little domino that was added in there, pushed down. You know, I agree. Yeah, I feel like that too. Hey, Jude. And you know what? Sometimes you just don't know how evil YouTube can be until you're like on it, or decide that you're going to be vulnerable enough to tell the truth. That is very difficult to do, especially in a case where, we have so much resistance, right? We have some people that really just want the truth out, want him to be found. There's other people that want to silence that. And it is tough, and Bobby's in my opinion, and I don't know her, but in my opinion, she seems like a very honest person. She just kind of wanted to get out there and be like, hey, this is what happened in my neighborhood, that I care about, that I've been a part of, and in my opinion, she had every right to do that. If anybody had a right to do it, it was her, right? Because that's her neighborhood. A lot of us are very loving and caring of our neighborhood, right? Our neighbors, we look out for each other. I live in a fantastic neighborhood. It is just a group of people that are so wonderful and thoughtful and caring and friendly. I mean, there's like parties going on all the time here. It's a lot of folks who are retired and they're just here to enjoy life, right? And so, who better to have as neighbors, in my opinion? Um, you know, it's a great place. And that's the kind of place that, I'm sure Bobby felt like, because that little neighborhood seemed very kind of nice, and it seemed like people interacted with each other on these platforms for their neighborhood, right? And you wouldn't get along with your neighbors if you didn't interact with them on a platform like that. It's really neat. Um, Yeah, they did exactly. They went after Bobby because she knew too much. Absolutely. And because she wasn't afraid to stand up against it, right? She was like, "No, this is what happened, like for better or for worse, this is what happened. These are my accounts of what happened." Perception is everything, right? I mean, we all can perceive things differently. It's very interesting. Um, that concept to me is anyway, because we can perceive things differently. If someone looks at the same thing that I am, they might come up with something totally different than I do. But it also is interesting, right? And makes for some good conversation most of the time, if you're in a civil um, arena, if you will. Um, I am Two Bear says, in my opinion, CP has been planning something along this line for most of his life. He has anger issues. Yeah, well, and we just know that he likes to pick on little ones, right? We know that he liked to pick on a little 3-year-old child and tell him to man up. Um, Tell him, that he, you know, say things. I'll just say it the way Nina said it. Say things to hurt his little feelings. Like, who does that to a 3-year-old? Like, what is it about that interaction that makes you feel good about yourself? Is just what I want to know. As a grown man, what about that interaction makes you feel good about yourself, Chris? Um, and I'm talking about stepfoot, because I know we're talking about two totally different Chris's tonight. um, but yeah, I agree. I am Two Bear, and it's just Maddie, and then hitting a little girl in the face, slamming your daughter on the coffee table when she's an infant. Anger issues to the max. Like, I think it's even beyond that, because some people would some people would rather punch a hole in the wall, which I'm not saying is correct. You're gonna have to fix it. But they'd rather punch a hole in the wall than ever, ever put hands on a child. Just the fact that he's capable of that alone is sickening. And then we know what he did to his ex-wives. We know what he did to Nina because of all of her accounts, but he mainly focused on the kids, and then he called it discipline. And that's kind of how they can skate by with those highly abusive tendencies. That's how they do that. It's like, oh, well, those kids are bad, just like them trying to blame Sebastian and say he was so bad, which we have video surveillance to the contrary for that. And Trishie says, in my opinion, SF has his minions intentionally falsely targeting Bobby and her kids. Yeah, and and that's a great point too, Trishie. That's what it came to, is all of a sudden Bobby's children being blamed for participating in some kind of scheme to hurt Sebastian. I understand that kids can be mean. I'll point to an example to play devil's advocate, like Slender Man. Those two girls like concocted this thing, and they like stabbed this girl in the forest, and they were supposed to be friends with her, and they said Slender Man made us do it. And clearly some psychological issues at play there, without me being any type of a doctor whatsoever, but clearly some issues, right? Psychological issues there, and the kind of that group mentality, oh, well, we're going to do this against this person, because there's some jealousy involved. We're dealing with younger kids. I get that. But without any kind of a motive on what Bobby's children would have had to do that for, I don't see that. What her children did, in my opinion, was go out there and help to try to find out what happened to Sebastian, right? They volunteered their time. That sounds like good kids to me. It does. It sounds like great kids that are helpful, that care about their neighborhood, that care about, like civic responsibility. So to discredit them, I agree, Trishy. It's trash. It's trash behavior. It just is. And Hey Jude says, Poppy Love, I'm aware that it's difficult for that neighborhood. I'm not sure if anyone moved. Yeah, and I'm not sure either. It would be probably very difficult to sell in that area at this juncture. I think people tried to put their homes up, certain people in the neighborhood allegedly, without having that, any type of like a receipt that I've seen or know about. But that doesn't mean that they didn't maybe want to, right? Because it's so small that even when there's say like 3 cars in the area that that don't belong there, it can kind of seem a little bit overwhelming, right? Because you have everybody that lives there, but then if there's more traffic coming through, it's just a small little kind of subdivision that you really would notice more traffic in, because there's only like certain ways to go in and out, right? You have to go flip around in the cul-de-sac and come out, and that sort of thing. So, I mean, I can see it being, a very stressful environment. And I feel sorry for the neighbors because it's not their fault. And if they come out and they want to say something, I think that is admirable. And I think that's what we need. And Butterbiscuit says, I'm so thankful Nina spoke out and she opened some eyes to see the truth and how these people are. Yeah. And I will say, there is a video clip at the end of this, that Chris, good Chris, Mob Crew Chris, showed, of Sebastian riding his bike with Chris, Proudfoot. And, it was triggering to me. It was just triggering to me. It reminded me of, the way that my ex-husband kind of handles children, with more of like, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Like it's crazy. Like it's just like, like it's like, I feel like I stuck my finger in a light socket. My hair is this big, like it's just like, it's super triggering, to hear it because, I understand not everybody's going to have the same approach, but when I understand like that kind of nag, or like, I don't know, we'll explain it later, but it's, because I'll probably have better words once I see it again. But that was the first thing I just thought of, was just like that nag, not helping, not like nurturing. It's just like kind of like, do it right the first time, I showed you already, you know what I mean? Like it's very, and heaven forbid they make a mistake in it. Heaven forbid they don't get it on the first try. And so it's like walking on eggshells again, because it's like, what's going to happen if he falls off? Like when I was watching it, I'm like, what's going to happen if he falls off? Like, it was also mentioned there was no helmet, or anything like that. Which I get, like a lot of us are from different generations. But then also we recognize that wasn't something that we always did. You'd scrape yourself up, you'd fall off your bike, you get back on. But with the pocket of fluid on Sebastian's brain, I think it would have been safer. But then again, you know, that man up mentality doesn't really call in safety into concern for these people, these narcissists. You know, it's a blow to their ego if the kid, you know, that they're a step foot to doesn't do well. It's a reflection on them. You know, that's just how they operate. That's just, you know, it's not an individual person learning how to ride a bike. It's a reflection of themselves somehow, which is creepy, but it's how it works. But yes, Butter Biscuit, I'm very glad that she spoke out. And Deborah Dixon says, why did they want Faith so badly? You know, Deborah, I think it was because my theory is because Mama Socks doesn't like to lose, and then also to terrorize Nina. People that have these toxic personalities, even if the other person is trying to move on with their life, they will continuously try to terrorize the other person. It's just a vindictive, very retaliatory life for someone who is has personality flaws and issues, like narcissistic personality disorder, for example. There's histrionic personality. There's all these different, you know, there's bipolar personalities, right? That, you know, and a lot of this stems from, well, I'm going to say much of it, in my humble opinion, is based on trauma responses in and of themselves, right? Narcissists are, without a doubt, in my opinion, some of the most wounded of the human race. And so that's why they wreak havoc upon everyone that they meet, because they want to bring everybody down to their level, right? It's like a bucket of crabs, right? If you toss one crab in there, you know, it's trying to get out, right? It's trying to get out of that bucket. You toss another crab in there, you know, it's trying to get out. It'll step over the other crab to try to get out, but the other crab will grab him down, right? So then you throw like 5 more of them suckers in there, and they just keep on pulling each other out. They will not let the others out of the bucket. And that is, in my opinion, how toxic personality is, because they're so miserable that they would never let anybody dare get out of that bucket, out of their grasp, because they want them to be just as miserable as they are, just as miserable, pulling them down every chance they get. It's very sick, and that's why when you encounter these folks, it's, you know, it's not pretty, and unfortunately, they can be charming and they can be likable, and so they do try to get in your good graces, so to speak, and then they'll just keep on pulling you down to their level. You know what I mean? Because and especially if you marry somebody like that, you know, it's difficult. It is, because you know, there's a psychological element at play. Um, Mama Bear says, yes, when she just handed over Faith for his visitation period, they served her with court documents. Same thing they did when they baby snatched Faith the first time. Yeah, taking her baby, yeah, and serving her papers. Well, and that was Nina's trauma response, right? Mama Bear, thank you for that comment, because it does make perfect sense, right? That was her trauma response, like, oh my God, they've done this to me before, and oh my gosh, it's happening again, right? And so her first reaction was to go run to her child, right, and grab her child up, because she was like, oh no, we're not doing this again. Like, I'm not going to lose you again. And that's, I mean, that's what they like, though, because Katie was standing there recording all of it and delighting in it. When people find such joy in other people's pain and sorrow, that is a definite sign of something is terribly wrong that maybe a doctor needs to look at. in my opinion. Yeah, Holly, yes, and that's the only thing I can come up with. It really, it really is. You know, they won't lose, right? Because it's a game to them. It's not best interests of the child. It's a game. And mommy sucks. I am too bear. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, Jude. Yeah. It's so hard to imagine maybe control, or winning. Right. Right. Because I think it is a lot about control. It is about having that over her head, you know, where she's begging, you know, please give me my daughter back. Please. He loves it. He revels in it. Unfortunately. And they love to win. And if they feel like they've lost, they don't take the L. They don't look at themselves and say, wow, what can I have done different? What can I have helped? Right? They don't do that. They retaliate and they attack and they won't stop doing it, you know, and it's just kind of like, you know, report and ignore. And Holly S. says, just a conversation of what she saw, and they went completely nuts on her. Yeah, and you know, another thing too, and I know this is difficult, right? And I've been in this situation before. I've done this before, right? So, regrettably, I made the wrong decision too, many times. But when you love somebody, you don't want to get them in trouble, things like that. But if Nina was to have been reporting this and documenting all of this from the beginning, it would have made things a lot easier in court. However, it's very difficult when you're in a trauma situation to think rationally, to understand, I need to do A, B, C, and D. I need to focus on A, B, C, and D because I can't let them derail me, right? But they have you so, you know, they shoot your nerves for one. So your nerves are completely shot and you're just sitting there and you're like, oh my God, I just have to, you know, protect, right? And that's the first thing that you think of. It's just one of those things, but reporting, documenting it is the most important thing that you can do. It really is. And if she would have done that, it would have been so much of a paper trail that he wouldn't have been able to, you know, and follow through with it. That's the most difficult thing as well. Because nobody likes to go and sit in the courthouse. Nobody likes to go get an RO. Nobody likes to deal with that, you know. When telling the truth on YouTube, high security, I guess. It's ridiculous. Exactly. Hey, Jude. The loonies come out of the woodwork. That's the truth. That is the truth. I've said from the beginning of this case, I feel like he's missing women in the area he worked would be checked out. Yeah. I mean, you know, and I think that you all that kind of watch me frequently understand kind of where I'm coming from. I don't particularly believe that this case was handled correctly to begin with, right? Only operating off of one assumption is not a good idea. But it is what it is what it is. So I mean, Holly, yes, I think all options should be weighed out because there could be a lot more to it. I heard some really good examples of why, you know, CP joined the Navy, maybe getting out of some trouble. And they were very unsavory activities that he was partaking in. All alleged, of course. And Poppy Love says, seeing how they treated Nina and KP being his way, she was, or being the way he was to Nina with how she treated her in front of Faith in the airport, upsetting her as she had to let Faith go. Yeah, with them is terrible. I agree, Poppy Love. And, you know, just the whole difference between, you can clearly see the antagonist when somebody's holding a phone up and recording someone else's pain and sorrow. when you have a family unit that's praying and saying, I hope you have a wonderful time. We love you. We can't wait till you come back. But enjoy your time with your dad, right? And then allowing Faith to have a smooth transition, a nice transition, cordial transition. But that they would not allow for that. They wanted to create chaos and drama. And that's what bad people do. I mean, it just in the simplest terms. And Holly S says pathological, in my opinion. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree. Yeah, I do believe her too. Hey Jude. And I do believe her trauma. I think that was total trauma response. You could tell she was, embarrassed, but she was telling her what happened. But it was also something where it was like, it's understandable, right? It's completely understandable. She's like, I mean, I was running through and everybody thought I was going to do something, but I was just trying to figure out if they were trying to take my daughter again. And I mean, you could just tell she was having the flashbacks, even, telling her story, in my opinion. Yeah, it would be interesting. I am too Bear. Hey, Carol, good to see you. Good to see you. And Holly says, I'm concerned about when Faith gets a little older and she gets sassy and starts looking like Nina. I hope it doesn't set Chris off. Yeah. So, and one of the most disturbing pieces in the Harmony Montgomery case was that the hatred that comes into play when the father despises the mother of his child and the child looks like the mother, or you're just like your mother, things like that. Yeah. It's dangerous territory is what it is. I mean, we see this play out. That's a great point. Holly S. Thank you. Yeah. And he doesn't have self-control. No, he does not. Unfortunately, unfortunately. Hey, Samantha, good to see you. Hey, C. Taylor. C. Taylor says that is a video of Sebastian, but it's a voiceover that CP did recently for PR. Oh, really? It's a voice. It really? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Sebastian could totally ride that bike. He wasn't learning to ride it in that video, in my opinion. Yeah, I can kind of see where you're saying that, and especially he was quite far down the street. So wow, okay. Well, thank you for saying that. Let's examine that when we play it, because I think that's interesting. If that was a PR move, it triggered my senses to remember some unfortunate incidences when it came to teaching teaching people things. You know. So yeah, gosh, now I'm thinking of that, and it does seem like, I mean, he knew what he was doing. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It was rough. Unjustice Project says, I saw a video today of CP showing him how to run a little backhoe. I do have that picture in my intro. Yeah. That's interesting, because I know that in those pictures he wasn't in them. So that's cool. I'd like to see that video. I did not see that. I only saw this one with the bike riding. Deception Detective said if Chris is coaching Little League just decline. Well, I mean, it's just that it's like that, so like in your face, like, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. It's I don't it's not like praising. It's like, do it, do it. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's so bad. The first time I thought you sounded like a decent human. Golly, yes. Not me. I was like fully like, oh my God. Like, I was like, what's gonna happen is if he falls. And two, I was kind of only halfway listening to it. whenever I was kind of going over everything, I was just kind of only halfway listening to it. But then I was like, oh, okay, so this is Sebastian riding the bike, and then I just heard Chris's voice, and I just kind of nothing really was registering after a bit because it was triggering. I didn't think it was a loving situation, which I was hopeful for that. Because it's cute when you see them riding their bike, even if it's not like him teaching him. It's just nice that he was out there with him doing it, right? At least. But if it's an antagonistic kind of tone, it's just kind of triggering. And Lil Miss Sharon says CP obviously never learned anything in how to parent in your classes. Yeah, no. Oh gosh, no. 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 No, I don't think he did. It would take introspection and wanting to change. Butter Biscuit says, I watched Chris and Katie's interview again latest. It's like Chris is listening to Katie's words to see if she gets them right. At times almost nods like she said it right. Yeah, and then also Butter Biscuit, I noticed too, like this time she definitely looks over at him again to kind of either get validation or help with what she's saying. Something is it's like she wants him to step in, you know what I mean? Yeah, Holly S. I agree with that too. I do agree with that. Just as like an extra layer of protection in case something happens, just because, it's just like any and not that the pocket of fluid is a wound per se, but just for the sake of an analogy, it's just like any other wound, you would cover it, right? So it could so you wouldn't like hurt yourself again. It's kind of like, why we put a band-aid on a skinned knee. We don't want to keep opening up the wound, right? We want it to heal up. And so just not putting the helmet on, it seems irresponsible at the very least. But then again, we have to consider who we're dealing with. But yeah, that's a great point. I never ever wore a helmet when I was a kid. Like they probably couldn't make me either. Like I'm not wearing that. Like I could just picture it. Like you have to though. Nope, not gonna do it. But also Sebastian was that way about his breastplate too, because like in the picture with the Morkies, or maybe no, it wasn't the one with the Morkies, it was a different one. Sebastian was wearing kind of that breastplate that was helping him with the developing, his developing body, if you will. And as he was getting older, he was kind of needing that as kind of a corrective, if you will. But he did not want to wear it, and he was given a hard time about it, you know what I mean, to wear it. But guys, I'm just going to go into this next clip. I'm sorry if I talk about toxic people too long. I apologize. I kind of get off on tangents with that. But here's number 4 video. And where we left off is because I was jabbering away. Is video 3. We have like the kind of the worst quality one, right? But the top right, the lights are moving. Subject is running back to the Proudfoot residence, in my opinion, toward that direction. And the floodlights are on. And then we also see the motion sensor as the subject is moving back towards the house, right? So, and then we also watch the video side by side. But here's this next clip.
So if you guys remember this crew that went out there that just really pisses me off. But they went out there to try to recreate and try to figure out where everything's at, and of course they try to produce this narrative. But I went back to their footage because clearly they went back to the home. And I noticed something right away. Obviously, the boat is kind of in the same position. We have the same truck, but I think it's the white truck and not the black truck. But it's pretty much everything's kind of in the same spot, more or less. And we're obviously kind of a little bit closer. This is not taken from the actual surveillance. This is taken from, a phone of some sort. But notice what we see right here in the window. This is huge. I know people are saying some stuff in the back, people are donating. I'll get to the chat here in a bit, but I just want to get this because I know there's Seth, and I know there's possibly some people watching that need to see this. Even though I sent everything to the law enforcement and dogs team, but so notice and I'll kind of zoom in here, and then we're going to go back. But notice the reflection in this window. Obviously, this is a reflection of the motion censored light that is coming from this one. Notice we can actually even see the boat here. So this light source is kind of sitting up here, and this is the motion censored, and that is obviously the thing that triggers whenever there's motion, right? Even though there is another static light that is up kind of more towards the back up here, that is always on, right? So we have one main light source that appears to be always on. So now what is going on? You know, how do we put this all together? Diana says motion sensor lights have different settings on them. I think you're exactly right. So one more time, this is video 2. Remember, this is the one with the car where it turns on its lights. Notice there is the motion light is off. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know the distance, because I'm going to explain what I think is going on. I'm going to put this all together for you guys, and why I think it's important. And it just adds more to the context of what we've been saying for the longest time, right? So again, we have this motion sensor clearly pointing, towards the street. And so I believe this is what, in my opinion, happened to cause this. So the car goes up the street, comes back, lets some people out. And then what I believe happens is I believe the car, it has its lights off and turns on to Stafford. And if anybody else has a theory, please let me know. But this is the best theory I have right now. I believe the car is the culprit to creating the motion sensor. Yes, it always could be a person, but I think it's the car. And what I believe happened for the first video is I think as it turned on to Stafford, I think it had its lights off, which obviously is a huge red flag if true. Clearly, we do have evidence that the car had its lights off at some point. So I think when it turned on to Stafford, it had its lights off, right? So this car is actually turning on to Stafford in video 1, in my opinion, creating this motion light sensor to kick on, right? Even though, because remember, we have like a 4th generation version of this footage, right? Obviously, TBI, law enforcement has much better quality of this footage. They could probably even see the car, even if it's not lit up. But unfortunately, we have just, a really crappy quality. But we could still, figure out and speculate on some details. So what I think happened, well, the first 2 subjects are now starting to move in the background, because the light kicks on before we see subject 1. So I think this car had now kind of turned on to Stafford with its lights off. But it created enough motion that it set off the sensor, in my opinion. So that car turns on with its lights off, creating this motion censored light to kick on video 1. Then because it sat there for a certain amount of time, I believe it kicked off, right? Because I know there's certain, I know you can set that, how long the lights are going to be on, if it gets triggered.
Okay, guys, and I'm just going to play this very next clip just because I kind of want to keep the same train of thought. So here we go.
And notice, right now for video 2, we know this car is here because it's going to kick on its lights. But notice the motion light is now not on. Is not on now. So that tells me that the car turned on to Stafford a little bit, sitting here, and has been sitting there for a certain amount of time. That the motion light sensor is now off, right? And then they're doing whatever they're doing, moving possibly Sebastian. And I think they position themselves there so they can see into the common area. And remember, I got it zoomed in, but remember, if I zoomed out a little bit, we have that one subject, what I call the scout, that is standing there in in an interesting position, somewhere either between this home here or even maybe between this home. But we see it standing there while the car is sitting here. And in my opinion, that is so they can see what's going on this direction. They can also kind of see what's going on Killen. Because I think they're moving Sebastian over onto Killen, and then the car is now going to back up. Right? So the car's been sitting there, no motion light, and this is why I know this video gets paused right away. Is so the car turns on its lights, and then I think they paused the video, and then they wanted to zoom in because I think they wanted to see, try to show the car, right? But I just didn't, I don't think they realized because they're using a cell phone and the lighting, it just wouldn't pick up. But they were trying to do their best. But in my opinion, the second that car turns on its lights, the video gets paused. And then they just kind of zoom in. But I believe if this just would have played out, I think the car would have kicked on its lights and then it would have backed up, right? And then that's where we move into video 3. So we can see once again 2 examples. Video 1 where the lights are on. Notice the difference. We can see the Dodge Challenger. I'll even circle it. So remember, this is the one where the car, and this is the first video. Notice the lighting. We can see much more of the truck, and we can see the lighting on top of the Dodge right here. So then the car would now kick on its lights, and now it's going to back up, and then that's where we move into clip number 3. And obviously, since now the car kicked on its lights and backs up, now that creates motion, and now we can see, even though this is the worst quality, but I can, you can see the top of the Camaro, remember, and we can see more of the truck. We can tell the motion light is now back on. The car in video 3, I'm just kind of showing a recreation. I think it's already gone. It's already backed up. But because of that, it has kicked on its lights. And I think it's already been backed up. And now they have put, Sebastian in the car. And then, of course, at the same time, since the car has now already backed up onto Killen, probably picked up those people, and then at the same time we have the one individual running across back. But then, of course, as I've noticed, I've told you guys in previous lives, we still have what I call the damn scout sitting there, and they even reveal themselves sitting there at the end of video 3. So I think, in my opinion, I know it's not going to be like it's going to solve the case, but I think this adds more context of what's going on. If anybody has, some other ideas of what they may think could have caused this is the best theory I could come up with right now. But I do think this just adds a little more context and clearly shows something, at the very least, set this motion sensor light off not once, but twice that we know of. And to me, that's huge. So yeah, what do you guys think? Like I said, I've sent that all over to TBI and all the members. Let me get to, I'm just going to back this up and just kind of let it play for a minute. You guys can see it so I can get the chat.
Okay, guys. So, hey, Scram Strangler, good to see you. Good to see you. I also saw Reach for the Sky. Good to see you, Reach for the Sky. And thank you so much. That's so sweet of you to say. And then Mama Bear, I hope you have a good night, hun. I saw right when I clicked the video on your comment. So I hope you sleep well. So basically, we are back to the static light, right? So we're watching the stationary light that kind of is on right at the which is placed on the home that we're looking at the surveillance. So the camera placement and the light sources, we're also looking at the motion sensor. So Chris does a really good job of showing us where that motion sensor is, kind of where it's pointing to, and we can see that it's pointing toward the road. And I think that's important to note because when we're considering everything and the car being the culprit, so to speak, for creating this motion sensor light to activate, right? Or creating enough motion or a motion for the motion sensor light to activate would probably be better wording. But video 2, the motion sensor light is off. The motion sensor light is pointing toward the street. The car is up the street and it comes back. It lets some people out on Kellen, right? And the car lights go off. It turns onto Stafford. The car is the culprit to tripping the motion sensor light. The evidence of the lights, the car lights, we know they turned off, right? There is evidence of that. And then also the car that turned on to Stafford, right? And we know that the car waited as well because there are accounts of that. But we know now that the car has tripped the motion sensor. So the light picks up, the light kicks on before we see subject 1, right? And the car sits there and the lights kick off, right? Because the lights kicked on and then the lights kicked off. And so what Chris is essentially saying is when the car drove onto Stafford, it sits there, right? So when it drove on there and it kicked the sensors on, right? But it's sitting there, and so it sits there long enough, in other words, for the lights to kick off on the motion, right? Because there's no longer any motion to detect. Well, once the car backs up onto Kellen, it creates the sensor, it creates motion, and so the sensor kicks on again, the motion sensor light. Very, very interesting. And in my opinion, works. So the car turned onto Stafford. It sits off. The motions are off, right? Because it sits there long enough for them to kick off and then back on again when it moves to back onto Kellen. So the way that Chris kind of paints this picture. Oh, hey Jude, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Oh, that's so sweet of you. If you guys get a membership from Hey Jude, make sure you say thank you to her. Oh, that's so sweet, Hey Jude. I just looked up and that popped in. Thank you. And so Chris believes, and the way that he's painting this picture, right, and I kind of my mind's eye, I'm just going to kind of share it with you guys, right? So Whatever they're doing, and in my opinion, it is carrying Sebastian out of the house, right, and putting him into this car. And so they're doing what they're doing as this car is sitting onto Stafford, right? It's just sitting there, and it has a view of Kellen and also that common area. So it's able to see the Scout, right? And it's also able to see that common area, the path that they're taking through the common area, in my opinion. So it's a good position in where the car is situated to see everything that is going on. So then that way, when they're close enough, they can back onto Kellen and everybody can get in the car and take off, right out of the neighborhood, a straight shot down, on Kellen down through the neighborhood. And so the Scout is standing and waiting to receive Sebastian, and it's near the drop-off point where they were originally dropped off. It's somewhere near there, right? Because the Scout has kind of stayed stationary, and you can see that person with the light source. And as I said before, the car that is sitting on Stafford, that pulls up Kellen and then around onto Stafford, is sitting and waiting. And as they're doing that, they can see this common area and Kellen as well, so they can be alerted and know when to back up and pick up, right? The car lights on, then when the car lights pop on, Chris is showing us this video video 2, which he believes that as soon as those lights kick on, and you can kind of see it, that the person who was taping, that shows my that shows my age a little bit, recording with their phone. The person that is recording with their phone pauses right when they see those lights kick on, and they zoom in to try to see, what is going on. But since they're using like a cell phone camera to achieve this, the car, when the car lights kick on, they zoom in to see, but it's kind of too grainy, too pixelated, whatever words we kind of want to use for that, to really see what's happening, what's going on. But you can tell that it's paused and then starts to zoom in. So it definitely makes sense. And then the car does, back onto Kellen, right? Now we have video 1, we have video 2, the lights come on, the car backs up, right? Video 3, the car is backing up, creating that motion sensor lights kick on. Sebastian is put in the car, in my opinion. Same time, the light source runs back to the Proudfoot residence. So as this is all occurring, you can see the light source go running back to the Proudfoot residence, in my opinion. The Scout is still sitting there, and you can see the Scout in the end of video 3. And then, of course, just to reiterate, those motion sensor lights come on twice. And as Chris was saying, that's huge, right? Because we can understand then that, they come on when the car is in motion, and when the car goes back into motion, they're sitting there long enough that they kick off. And then as soon as that car goes back into motion, they kick back on again. Okay. And it just totally kind of makes sense. And you kind of come to the conclusion like, okay, wow, it had to have been the car that tripped these motion sensors to kick on, right? And Crafting in True Crime says, something just popped in my head that video SF released with a person walking at 12:17 a.m. KP said she went to bed at midnight, so that time is close to that video. What if the person on the video was doing a dry run to KP at midnight, 12:17 a.m., or possibly scouting the neighborhood or jamming cameras? Oh, wow. Yeah. Crafting in True Crime, that is a very strong possibility. Some of the camera jammers are, um, you have to be kind of, you have to be almost close to them to operate them. Like some of the ones that were looking like kind of like a watch, you would kind of get up close to the camera and it would jam it up. So that is a strong theory in my opinion, and it would explain why this 12 a.m. scenario it keeps getting brought up by the Proudfoots. It's always about that 12 o'clock time frame, and then it's like, okay, to 6 a.m. when Katie goes to wake Sebastian up for school. And Crafting and True Crime says KP doesn't mention times except midnight and possibly, 10, 11 p.m. thud. Yeah, that is true. Right. She says Sebastian to bed at 9 o'clock. She let him stay up a little bit later that night, although it was a school night. And then also the thud at the thud at 10 p.m. I almost said a.m. The thud at 10 p.m. And then Katie going to bed at midnight. And then, like you said, SF putting out that footage to kind of bolster a claim that that could be somebody in the area. However, we know that that's not what Craddock said, and I'll just refer back to what he said just in the spirit, because I have it, and then also in the spirit of just relaying information directly from him. Let's see here. Good afternoon. Law enforcement has had possession of the original video, which we're referring to the 12:17 a.m. Video, since 72 hours after Sebastian was reported missing. After thoroughly investigating this lead, we determined that this has no relevance to the case. Respectfully, Sheriff Eric Craddock. So he says he vetted it out, very early on. Which he came out quickly with that information when it came out. And Crafting and True Crime says, according to SF, the dog walker was 12:12 and 12:19, but not the 12:17. So possibly it's a different person. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that he had come out with that information. So the dog walker was at 12:12 and 12:19, but not 12:17. So possibly it's a different person. I think I did know that the dog walker was not allegedly the same person. But yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that seems like a reasonable time frame just to take the dog out. Well, and I know it's always been alleged that the person kind of like ducks behind the car to maybe avoid being seen, possibly. Trishy says exactly Crafting. And Scranton Strangler says, did Chris from the mob crew confirm that it is a dog walker? He walks the dog every night at the same time and takes the same route. I don't know if he did or not, Scranton. I'm not sure. I am not sure about that. Because, and it makes sense. Typically, I mean, I know, like, with my dog, I have a schedule, and I feed him at certain times. I take him out at certain times, so it's like a routine. So that does make sense. The same routine. That does, Oh, sorry guys, I moved my table over a little bit. Although I thought because the scent dog went that path. Yeah, and and that's the thing. It was just so tricky too with what the scent dogs actually did. It's just been so muddied up. But yeah, and it was said too, like the flashlight path or whatever. Oh, I got you. Crafting and True Crime. See, and I don't watch Web Sleuths. I did watch, obviously, when the PI was on and that sort of thing. But that was like the only episode that I've really caught on that. Crafting and True Crime says, just thoughts rolling around my head. No, I appreciate your thoughts. I do. I appreciate it. It's all a good thing to kind of get us all thinking, right? Because I wasn't even thinking about that video as much today, except for, I mean, I did say in the beginning that, it's just odd to me that they're keeping with that kind of like 12 to 12:30 time frame, and he told Nina that, and it does ring bells. So I totally appreciate that, because I do that all the time. I'll get up here just kind of rolling ideas around. What do you guys think? So Crafting in True Crime says yes, he did. And then Crafting in True Crime says, I think he believes it's a dog walker altogether and not a separate person at that time. I agreed, but now I'm thinking about the midnight time coming up again. Yeah, it's bothersome to me because it's weird that in the beginning that was so heavily used by the Proud Feet, right? As a point in time, or a time reference, or however we want to put it. It's interesting that it's coming up again. I agree. It really is. And then focusing 12:17, you know what I mean? Like, that is odd. Although I will agree that I think there was other activity in and around that time frame, Number one, agree. And well, and the thing is we do have to have a little room to budge, or a little wiggle room, right? But because I do appreciate that, because wherever the facts lead us is really what we need to be focusing in on. So I think that's great. Crafting in True Crime, I appreciate that. I do. I really do, because I know it is tough. You know. Puppy love and Hey Jude. Yeah, let's see here. My eyes and all my fingers on my phone aren't working very well with my brain trying to get a sentence out, Poppy. That's funny. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Gigi. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm glad I scrolled up a little bit. I would have missed you. That's right, Carrie. Him walking around with teachers was probably so comforting to be listened to, and of course, an old video of when he was much younger, versus um, growing into a young man as a teen. Yeah, I agree, Poppy. I do. I agree with that. Poppy says growing into a young man as a teenager probably was a challenge to CP. Of course, that video of past years seems like an attempt to show what a good stepdad he was, yet he could have, yeah, he could have been. Well, I agree with that too. And what's interesting about even a parent-child dynamic when it comes to even a step parent, kids are very resilient. They have a lot more understanding, patience, compassion with people. And it may be because, you know, they haven't had as many experiences, but they tend to give parents a greater benefit of the doubt than anybody, right? And all it would have taken, and I agree 100% that all it would have taken it was for Chris to kind of turn it around a little bit, and Sebastian would have just followed suit. But since he didn't take that opportunity, it just never happened, right? And it's a shame, because it's very easy to turn that relationship around if you want to do that. Very easy. Yeah, and I think too, I think it takes especially when you're in the cycle too, there's always going to be those good times, right? There's always going to be those times where they're actually trying and doing what they know to be correct, right? Because it's not that they don't know any better. That's the problem with narcissistic personality types, is that they do know better. They do know what's expected. They do know how to act, but they choose not to. And so it's very hit or miss with them, and especially when they're trying to get back in your good graces and things like that. The love bombing, the hoovering, all of that kind of comes into play because they don't want to lose the narcissistic supply. They just want to abuse the narcissistic supply. But yeah, I think CP was probably a jerk, um, when he felt like he was able to do so, right? When he had somebody right where he wanted them. And a lot of times it's just those little psychological jabs too. Um, yeah, and something happened with Sebastian to turn a teen. That changed things a lot. Well, yes, I agree with that too. And as kids get older, they become more aware of their surroundings too, because they only know their own little bubble until they get out into it, and then they're like, oh wow, well that's not normal, or hey, I don't, especially when they go to visit their friends, so hey, when I go over to Susie and Johnny's house, this is not how the dynamic is. They start realizing it very quickly, and wanting it to change at their own home if it's toxic, or if they're walking on eggshells, always in trouble, like what Sebastian was going through, in my opinion. Um, hey Jude, that's for sure. That is for sure. Love horses. Crafting and true crimes. Oh, sorry, I already read those ones. I wanted to pop it back up and see. Just thoughts rolling around. I think he believes that dog walker separate. We got that one. It's just the PFs don't mention times at all, except that is the on repeat, so it must mean something. Yeah, I agree with that too. Hey, Mandy Moo, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. And Crafting in True Crime says, I was saying earlier that I believe the dining room window was opened to hear the signal from the scout and all lights out, so no camera will catch them. Yeah, that's interesting. That is really interesting. Something, there's a reason the scout was there, right? And I think there's something to be said about kind of what their role was in this, right? Because there's obviously like a lookout, right? A scout is kind of a lookout, and they're paying attention, but we also have the concept of the person, the getaway driver, if you will, is a scout too, because they're able to see what's going on, right? They have the view of the scout, they have the view off of Kellen a little bit, but in their periph, but then they also have like that view of the common area to see what's transpiring there. And so it's and if we take into context the entirety of these video clips that we're kind of watching, and then Chris being so good to put them in order for us, we can kind of realize that this all transpired in a very, very short window of time, right? It was kind of an in and out, like, you have this is your role. You need to be doing this. You need to be doing this over here as this is happening, because this person's going to be doing this over here. And we can kind of see that play out within these clips, which is extraordinary in my opinion, because it does bring us closer to a deeper understanding of what transpired that night. It's very important, and I do agree. Crafting in True Crime, there had to have been some signaling and very strategically well thought out kind of thing. Thank you, Trishy. Thank you so much. And Scranton Strangler says, in my opinion, I don't believe KP's story at all. In my opinion, whatever happened to Sebastian happened before 9:33 or 9:37. Okay, the phone call. Then she called CP, and they were on the phone getting the story straight and planning what to do. And, they would have had plenty of time to do that. And it could have been obviously the perfect time frame for him to be driving also, using a different phone, something like that. There's a lot of kind of working parts that would need to come into play when we're thinking about that, because I would assume the police officers would have verified the phone records, right? But even in Crystal's case, we see that they never did do that. So we don't know if they did or not. I'm assuming they would have. Chris Proudfoot said they did. But there could have been, you know, a ball dropped there as well. Or it could have been like, I mean, we have a situation where the Proud Feet have different cronies that are willing to do dirty work for them, right? It's just kind of part of what they do, and from all accounts. So I mean, I'd be curious to know. I mean, they might have had somebody that was in Memphis that had that phone that that was acting as another person, right? We see that happen a lot. Even in Gabby Petito's case, when they were investigating the activity on her phone, simultaneously, Brian was sending messages to himself and acting as Gabby on her phone, and back and forth. And when they were looking at the cell records and realizing what was going on, they could see that it was simultaneous, that it had to be the same person doing it. And so who knows if CP didn't, pay somebody to be like, here's my cell phone, make a call to my wife, and stay on with her. They could have tricked somebody into doing that too. Here comes, get your foil hat on. But I mean, they could have said, hey, Katie, stay on the phone with, my friend over here, and, talk to her for this amount of time to create an alibi. It could have happened. I wouldn't put it past them, but I do agree, with you, Scranton, that, it could have definitely happened during that, before that time frame. And then they were planning on what to do, right? And they were like, okay, you need to come get Sebastian. But I'm still thinking that it was, I just feel like it was more premeditated than that, unfortunately. I really do. I feel like this was well thought out, well planned. Everybody had their role and how they were going to do this. It's just too coincidental, too perfect of an execution for it not to have been, heavily planned, in my opinion. But that time frame is very questionable too. And Crafting in True Crime says, I've been married to my husband for 25 years now, and we had 2 children that were 2 and 5 when we met. I raised them as my own. Never was a difference in my mind or heart. Oh, Crafting in True Crime, that's so sweet. And that's, I think that is maybe one of the most difficult things for me to understand as well, because I just can't imagine ever loving somebody and not loving their kids too. And so I think that it's just a very tough thing to even think about, like your heart, you're like, in my heart and in my mind, and the way that I looked at these little people, I mean 2 and 5, how could you not fall in love with these little people, right? And how could you not want the best for them, and how could you not want to nurture them and help them grow and things. And so yeah, I mean, and that's wonderful. Well, congratulations too on being married for 25 years, because that's rare. And Crafting in True Crime says, Scranton, yes, so true. And C. Taylor said, SF said it was a dog walker, but claimed that there was a second person, Sebastian, who ran and hid, possibly because he saw the dog walker. MOB said no to the second person. Right. And I'm not thinking there was either. And also, and I don't mean this in a bad way, because here I am, Gladys Kravitz, watching out the window, what's going on? But in a neighborhood like that, as small as it is, seeing a child walking through the neighborhood at night would definitely create some alarm bells, in my opinion. It's not like we're talking about an area where children are running rampant all hours of the night, right? It is a small little area. It is a school night. It is definitely strange. Now, Sebastian wasn't tall for his age by any means. Again, not disparaging, just saying 5'5". right? He's an inch shorter than myself, which I consider myself to be of average height, right? I'm done growing. He obviously may not have been yet. Katie says that he had a growth spurt, right? He had just grown out of some shoes, which I do believe her there. And so, um, you know, who's to say? But it's not like he's like a really tall kid that, you know, might be mistaken, or it's not like some kids that get like, or some boys, I should say, that, you know, have a lot of facial hair, you know what I mean? And like they look older. I've been, you know, I went to school with guys like that. You know, certain things, you know, things like that. You can mistake his age, but in this case, I don't think so. He was, you know, on the shorter side of things, right? He looked more childlike than he did adult, in my opinion. And so I kind of I'm eye rolling with you, C. Taylor, because I don't see that. I don't see him getting away with him getting away with ducking behind a car, and that being like overlooked by a neighbor, in my opinion. You know, I think somebody would have called him in and said there's a kid walking around out here in the middle of the night, no shoes, cold, no coat. No, no, I don't think so. Ah, hey Jude, you're the best. And Crafting in True Crime says, I'm painting, so I'm just listening, and that hit me like a ton of bricks, so thanks for hearing my thoughts out. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your thoughts. I really appreciate it. Because, you know, again, it's just like something that wasn't really on my radar too, so it's good to discuss it and talk it out. And I hope your painting is going well too. That's awesome. I need to do some painting. I haven't in a while, and it's very relaxing and fun. And you can do whatever you want. Poppy Love says, you're wonderful being married 25 years, raising your children. Exactly. Exactly. And that's the beautiful thing. You know, that's what life's all about, not all this craziness. Scranton Strangler says, in my opinion, there was never a thud, never a midnight bedtime. And put the dogs up because CP said they slept with KP when he was gone. Absolutely, Scranton. Yeah, the rest of the night was taking care of whatever happened in the house, in my opinion. Yeah, and you know, one thing I do want to mention too, unfortunately, it's alleged that Sebastian was in trouble at the poker party for something that had to do with a laptop, right? Big surprise. He was in trouble. You know, and he couldn't use electronics like any normal kid would. You know, he was in trouble for doing that or whatever. In the Optimism t-shirt photo, we do see what appears to be finger marks from somebody, looking like if somebody grabbed Sebastian's neck, in my opinion. And I don't know if that was, you know, the handiwork of one of the people at the poker party, if CP was at the poker party, which is, it's alleged that he was, or if that's just how they disciplined Sebastian, was by just physically harming him and saying it was, you know, discipline. But yeah, those are great points, Scranton. Those are great points. And, you know, I agree. The thud was a little bit off because, of course, at first it was noise. It was a noise in there. And then it wasn't until Nancy Grace said, well, what kind of noise was it? And she's like, just the thud, you know, and that's when it became the thud. Hey, Jude says, Lima Sharon, oh, you're so sweet. Aw. You guys are awesome. Hey, Jana, good to see you. How you doing, girl? And Poppy Love says, who's the other agency helping along with, of course. You know, I believe it's Sumner County, obviously, who has jurisdiction. Then there's TBI, who's also on it, and then FBI. I don't know if the other entities are still heavily involved or if that was more or less in the first kind of initial search efforts and fact-finding mission in the beginning, you know. Yeah, it makes Crafting in True Crime says makes me wonder if it's the same 1217 person. You know, it makes me wonder too. I mean, I think there could have been, well, I mean, law enforcement said that they know who that person is. It's just hard. It's hard to believe. You know, I mean, it's hard to believe. Hey KJ Mac, good to see you. Who's helping in CA? Oh, Poppy. Oh no, Poppy. Scranton says, or Hey Jude says, Scranton Strangler. Steve Johnson said, often the time when the missing person says "I love you" is a critical time. Yes, yes, I did notice that too, or I remember that. Hey Jude, and that's the thing too. It's odd there was no response back, and I remember having that kind of reaction whenever the story first came out, you know, like, "I love you, mommy, I love you, or I love you, mama, I love you, puppies," but then no, you know, he told me, I love you too." Was it also, who else brought that up? There was another person that brought that up as well. I remember, I mean, several probably did, but one in particular, I'm trying to think if it, Peter Hyatt, I believe, said that was super fishy to him too. Yeah, TBI and yeah, and FBI are assisting. Thank you, Hey Jude. Yes, yes. Yeah, and yep, along with the Sumner County Sheriff Detective, yep, Brandon Carter of TBI, and then Danny and FBI and Secret Service. What do they do? Yeah, part of the geofencing would catch a burner phone, hopefully. I would hope so too. Yeah, because it would be like an oddball phone in the area. Absolutely, Hey Jude. And you know, I don't know a specific time frame that that occurred either. I would, you know, love to know that, just as a frame of reference, and it would kind of help us, you know, kind of navigate through. But um, the phone call was just alibis being used. Yeah, Crafting in True Crime, I kind of go between them, you know. It's like, because it's, you know, since we don't have any like solid proof, it's like, okay, well, when this happened, you know, because if for one thing to be true, we'd have to, you know, make sure this would happen, right? And then this would happen. And so it is, it's hard to um, kind of make educated guesses when we're working with limited, you know, evidence. And then also, you know, I kind of said before, you know, it's just part of the way that our brains work, right? Our thought processes work is that if we fill in the blanks, right? So if we don't know something in a story, we will try to kind of speculate and work through it in a, you know, problem solving kind of manner, to, you know, eliminate things, you know, and then, okay, if it's not this, it's this, or okay, you know, if this happened, then this must have happened, but if this happened, then this couldn't have happened, type of a thing, you know. So, um, yeah, Brandon Carter and Bobby Simmons. I think Bobby Simmons. Okay, so sorry, that's backwards. Thanks, Hey Jude. So, Bobby Simmons is a Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and then Brandon Carter is TBI. I do believe that Brandon Carter was formerly Sumner County Sheriff's Office, but then he moved up or was promoted. And I think that's right. Um, and Mandy Moose said Chris very well could have made the call and left the phone at his place. Then all KK has to do is hang up at a certain time to disconnect them. Very true, Mandy Moo. Thank you for putting that in perspective too, because that's kind of where my brain was going, but I don't think I finished that whole thought. So I appreciate you, because yeah, like he could have done that as well. He could have, you know, said, she could have called him originally and said, okay, this is what's going on, right? Or, you know, activate plan, right? You know, in my opinion, because I do think it was premeditated. And so, and that he could have left his phone there on, and then as soon as the conversation was over with, or however long it, you know, it took him, to get there, to create that alibi. She could have clicked the phone off at any time in that point. That's right, Mandy. So I do, yeah, thank you for that, because I think I was kind of going that route and then I didn't finish finish my thought. So thank you. And Crafting in True Crime said, my own daughter too, and we had a son together. So we were both single parents. That made it work. Yeah, absolutely. And that helps a lot. And see, I think that was one thing that that the situation with Faith was lacking, right? Because it was like, it's not like Faith is living in the same area where she's coming over to visit every other weekend. And then, the family kind of bond starts to become more established, right? As you're kind of getting to know everybody, blending the family unit kind of a thing. It's not easy, it's just like any other part of parenting, but it does add a different element into it. And then also, getting the kids together, it sounds like, especially from what Nina has said and what Seth has said, is that Sebastian and Faith adored each other and they loved each other no matter what. And just the fact that they were able to establish and create that kind of a bond without having regular contact, if you will, is amazing, and it's also very telling as to kind of that little sibling bond that is kind of formed when you blend the family and the kids understand, this is my stepbrother, this is my stepsister. Sometimes they're little enough that they don't even know the difference, which is great, but it takes like work to kind of integrate the family, right? And it takes time. Um, so I didn't say I liked him. Don't get too happy for me. Crafting a true crime. And Poppy Love says, besides TBI, FBI is helping. Yes, yes. And the FBI kind of came in at the 6-month mark and offered up the $50,000 reward. And then Secret Service and Homeland Security is also involved. I believe they were involved in the beginning, data collection, kind of doing a lot of the things that they specialize in, right? Because they brought in so many resources. Ken Widener, as a matter of fact, I remember him talking about this, that they were bringing in resources like splunkers, right? People who were familiar with cave systems, because they simply were not. And so they were doing the best that they could to kind of bring in those specialists that could come into an area and just, kind of clear it out for them. So I believe that kind of is how the Secret Service and Homeland Security was as well, using their specialties, their skills in the beginning. I don't believe they're still involved, in my opinion. I could be wrong. But how does the Secret Service help in Sebastian's case? I believe, again, it's more of kind of surveillance, going over data, trying to look for digital footprints, different things like that they're really, really specialized in. And that's just my opinion. And Crafting in True Crime says, hey Jude, I have a timestamp of Simmons giving an explanation of his job duties and how they get called in on cases. Since I say it, I have all had a weird feeling of him and CP being buddies for sure. Yeah, well, he said that. He was acting like he was good buds with Bobby Carter, Bobby Simmons. He really did. And he's like, Bobby and Carter can come in. We're going to have a little effing powwow. And he's saying all this stuff to Chloe. And Chloe's like, we're not going to do a powwow like that. Like, okay, calm down there, buddy. And, he made it seem like he was very much connected to those men, Brian Simmons and Bobby Carter. Excuse me, I did it again. Bobby Simmons and Brandon Carter. And then again, when we heard Heather PI and their phone conversation, she that was leaked out. She was like, well, the TBI now is talking with Seth again, and they're not coming through me anymore. And I believe that because there was some conflict of interest there where she wasn't relaying the information that Seth was, rightfully paying for her to do, according to Seth. And so whenever that happened, it was more or less, one of those things it was a breach of trust. It was just something that he wasn't, okay with. But I do believe that, in my opinion, from the way that Chris Proudfoot sounded over that call, it really seemed to me like he thought that he had control over those agents. And I don't believe that he had that much control over them, but he was like threatening about it. He was like, well, I'll see about that, because if Seth tells one thing that they told us, he'll never open his mouth again, is what he said. You know, so, all right, guys, I'm going to go on to this next clip. I love Horses says, like I said, if her lips are moving, she's lying. Yes, I agree. I agree. Totally. Completely. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip. So just bear with me here. And we are... Okay, so we left off where the motion sensor lights were tripped off twice. So once as the car was pulling onto Stafford, they kicked off while the car was sitting waiting on Stafford. But as soon as that car was back into motion, backing onto Kellen, the lights tripped on again. Okay, so just for a little context, because I know we were chatting.
I will say, again, I can't get into specific details, but there are things going on behind the scenes. And again, I just, at the time, I can't elaborate. Maybe down the road, I can, maybe talk a little bit more about vague details. But of course, I try to build a great rapport with my sources. And of course, I would never jeopardize that, because bringing Sebastian home is the most important thing to me. Leslie and Billy says, Chris, always here for you. For you like you are for us. Thank you, Leslie and Billy. Thank you so much for the support. It means the world. I cannot tell you, because I think a lot of you, especially the OGs, know how much I've spent hundreds of hours staring at this footage, and that is no joke. Melanie, I believe. Chris, you do good work. Thank you so much. That I cannot tell you how much that means. Moni with the $5 super chat. God bless. Thank you so much. Jilly, member for 6 months. God bless you. Lily Polly, almost a year. That is so awesome. God bless you, Lily. Cecilia, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. God bless you. Marge, fascinating. Thank you so much. That means the world. Truly. Like I said, I think my migraine has kind of gone away. I think I can take these off for a minute. Because yeah, it's a lot. It takes a toll staring at this stuff. And it's funny that I've been looking at this and it was right in front of my face the entire time. Let's see. We have Panda Bear's mom. Awesome work. Let's bring Sebastian home. Sebastian Strong. Thanks, Chris. Thank you so much. Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches. Great YouTube name. I love that. Thank you so much for becoming a member. God bless you guys. Oh, geez, just like people that have been with me for a long time. Just kind of some slang, It stands for original gangsters, but, we just use that as a... just a phrase for the people that have been here for, because I've been doing this for, I don't know, 2.5 years. And we're almost at 90,000 subscribers, and that'd be so amazing to hit that. You can't see me. You amaze me. Great work. Thank you so much. Imagine if I could have more footage, man. I would love to just help, these guys, because you never know what could be sitting right in front. Again, like I said, the whole thing about this footage, I really thought, because, I'd seen it, I'd seen this kind of stuff light up, and I really just thought it was from just the person with the cell phone that's recording the monitor, that the way that they kind of maybe moved the phone kind of maybe captured the light to where it just kind of lit up more, which now kind of sounds stupid now thinking about it, but I know, it can affect that in some ways. But I didn't even think about a motion sensor, right? But there's clearly a stationary light source that they have on, and then there's clearly a motion sensor that they've got. And this thing got triggered, at least, from the footage that we have, it got triggered twice. And it's just really odd that, right here in the first video, and this is when things are just starting, and I don't think the people walking way out there, I don't know, 100 plus feet, I'd have to measure it, but they're out there quite a ways. I don't think they would have set the motion sensor off. So that means there was something closer to this home that set this motion sensor off. And the fact that between video 1 and 2, now the car is there on video 2. So I think the car had the lights off and it turned on to Stafford, but that the motion sensor caught that, right? And that just goes to show who's out there, what are the odds that you got these moving lights going on, you got this suspicious car that's, driving with its lights off at certain points, sits there, and then backs up. And also, one of the reasons why I think that they backed up is I think clearly they did some reconnaissance, right? Clearly this, to pull this off, they've, whoever did this has gotten away at least for a year now. So clearly they studied, this. And I think what happened is, I think they knew if they were going to open the car doors, right? I guess you could switch them off, the lights, in your car. If they thought it, because clearly they thought ahead. But I do wonder, if they knew some of where the camera angles were, and the car kind of backed up somewhere around here, and when they were letting the people in or out, they wanted an area that was a blind spot, right?
Okay, guys, and I'm just going to play that right through because I don't want to lose his train of thought again here, so.
Just in case if the car did have its light, the interior lights turn on when the doors open up, if that makes sense. So, yeah, but of course, they could have just kicked the lights off. But that's my theory on that. And I see a lot of people saying that's awesome. God bless you guys. I am gonna, like I said, I'm working on a series for you guys that it's short form content, so it's not these hour-and-a-half lives. It's just something that you can digest quickly, and it's a series. So I wanted to upload it by tonight, but I've discovered this new lead, and I'm like, holy shnikes, I've got to send this over. And again, this is a team effort. We're a team, right? And again, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I have no problem admitting, and but I'm going to try to do everything I can from my platform to help bring closure to this case, because I feel like they're just because they don't have Sebastian, whether hopefully alive, but because they don't have Sebastian, it's like they need something else on the other end of things to be able to get that warrant to get an arrest, and again, it could just be one thing that they need. And, I pray every day that I wake up and I get that message saying, bam, here we go, or Sebastian has been found alive. That, of course, that would be the miracle of a lifetime. And I have a lot of respect for Mr. E. Now, this has got a lot of controversy because I think they shared a lot of stuff that really a lot of people want to hear, but this comes down to a credibility thing. But I think with Mr. E's Crimecast, them being a family, it's not just one person, like me, they got their family, and all you have is your credibility. And I really truly believe that they have sources, and let's just hear this is just some highlights from what they shared. And I think they're going to go live here in 10 minutes, so I'll probably finish up. But let's just hear what they have to say here.
Is that I think we're close. I kind of think it might happen this week. That'd be my prediction.
That's a bold statement.
And that's just because I think that. I know. It's just a prediction, so who knows, right? But just the way the momentum's been going, the boldness of Sumner County in some ways, they had been more close, holding their cards close to the vest in the past. But they, now in response on letters, are openly saying it's a criminal investigation to the citizens, where they wouldn't do that before. It came out.
Yeah, so I do think that's true. Obviously Nick Barris, I really, he should never he should have never went live. I think he's kind of on the outside, and I think he was trying to get in good graces by just, but anyway, let's listen to them. I'm sorry it's zoomed out. I forgot to
had a comment about that video. They're talking a little more. Just the way the crowd feed are acting. I just think I have been predicting for months, and if you get a prediction right, you get it right, and if you don't, it doesn't matter really. I have kind of thought that we would be court reporters by the summer. That's kind of been the prediction I've been making, and the Sumner County so far has had a thing for dates. On the 6-month anniversary, they did the reward announcement for the FBI, even though they knew about it several days earlier. They wanted to meet with Seth on Sebastian's birthday. And again, that kind of controlled the narrative a little bit for Sumner County, because Seth came out right away after that meeting and was like, he was back on board with Sumner at that point, where they had kind of an icy, or at least a distant kind of relationship for half a year almost.
Right.
And so, if they're kind of aware of public perception and things like that, then it would not shock me if on the 25th or the 26th we have an arrest.
Dreaming.
You've heard this part of it or not, but
the rumor is
it's a confirmed rumor.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a confirmed rumor for us. But they attended at least one of their interviews with their lawyer present. So
just think about that for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is interesting. Obviously, I'm pretty sure you know who they're talking about with the lawyer. This has kind of been speculated, and
Poppy, I agree with you too. And I saw your comment with the yellow jacket guy. He is so strange to me, because why would he have Sebastian's picture if someone didn't give it to him? I'm still stuck on that as well, because I do believe that's what I saw in his phone. And I do agree with you too, to keep praying, because as we know, we're up against some pretty rough people. I agree with that 100%. Being the kind of people they are, I know it blows their minds that so many people have so much love for Sebastian. I agree, loves horses. I agree with that too. I don't think that they were anticipating that at all. And Tricia says, I agree with Poppy. Poppy says they might be trying to keep him safe and bust these criminals for multiple things they're into. Lots of prayers for them to bring him home safe as soon as possible, and then continue to bust by getting him first. Yeah, absolutely, Poppy. I agree with that too. I think that's a fair assessment. And that's kind of what Chris started out with, really, was that he said that there's some exciting new developments behind the scenes, and that he's only interested in bringing Sebastian home. And I I feel that, I really agree that that is his main goal in all of this, as it is for many of us, and prayers are so important, especially if we don't live in the area where we can actively search or pass out flyers, because I think that's the area that needs to be focused on, in my opinion. But really, anywhere, awareness is important, Um, but yes, Sebastian being the most important person here, and bringing him home safe, hopefully. Um, so the motion sensor lights were triggered twice. People were walking about 100 feet away, and they couldn't have been the ones to set them off, in my opinion. And so the car had to be the culprit here, because the car does show up in video too. The car's driving with the lights off, sits, and then backs up. I think there was some recon efforts as well, especially with military background, and also kind of the precision of the mission, in my opinion. So that does lead me to believe that theory. Efforts possibly involved that they thought ahead of this. It was just a quick in and out, so they would be undetected, right? And that's, what seems to have happened. And I'm sorry, guys, I meant to take out the membership part of that. So I should have, I think I just didn't click the delete on that one. So I apologize. But kind of moving on to the next clip, MOB discovered that there is a new lead, and I love how he says it's a group effort, right? Because all of us working together is very important, bringing closure to this case. Arrest warrants, and then there may just be like one more piece left, right? Or maybe just a couple of little pieces left to this puzzle that could really solve what has happened and where Sebastian is, and just praying for that. Now we do move on to Mr. and Mrs. E's crime cast, and I love them. They're very awesome folks. Definitely go check out their videos. They're just very logical, very reasonable people who are funny, good-hearted, and again, just really trying to figure out what happened here. And so Mr. E says that, and again, excuse me, they are credible in my opinion. So Mr. E says that he thinks they are very close, and then predicts that something would happen that week, which is, is interesting. And he says it's just a prediction, he says, because obviously it's a criminal investigation. And he also made some connections between, kind of as information was coming out, they were kind of doing things on special occasions, right? Like when Sebastian's birthday came around, Sumner County got together with Seth and renewed his faith and restored hope for him, that they are doing everything that they can. And so I think that those moves are strategic, in my opinion, as well. Poppy says up against some serious evil, probably way above what C and KP knew about. I believe from what the lady has said, they are into some kind of, yeah, okay, right, satanic worship, or trying to get power from that involvement. I've heard that those theories too, and it just makes me wonder about just the way that the church was thinking they could do exorcisms on kids, and that sort of thing. Yeah. Um, yeah, and Love Horses says a lot of people say there is no way he's still here, but I know. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, Love Horses. It could go both ways. We don't have any proof, for or to the contrary, really, at this point. So I do think hope is, a positive thing to have. Hey, Sammy, good to see you. And Sammy says, well, I guess that was a positive place to walk in on. Yeah, Sammy, good to see you. I'm glad you're here. And Poppy says that's why our prayers together every day is so important, because it's not just physical, it's spiritual. I agree with that too, Poppy. And I think that's like, again, with what we were talking about last night, that the dichotomy, right? And how we kind of, are always kind of, good trying to prevail over evil and things like that. I really do believe that. And I think it's important to kind of keep the faith, and, really shield yourself with faith. And Scranton says, Lady Freedom, you know, something I thought of. If they have a video of him being carried out and they know who has him, what if they have an undercover that's watching over him? You know, that's it's possible. I mean, you know, in this case, I don't think many things would shock me, although I'm wondering if maybe even the entire outcome might shock, because there's just been so many twists and turns and unknowns in this case that could possibly be something. They definitely had friends involved in LE bikers. You know, that was a big brag at the beginning, and things like that. So it's very possible. Yeah, anything is possible. And Scranton says, while they bring down the whole ring of criminals, you know, I believe that there's just a lot of people involved in this. It has to be, especially when we're thinking about the getaway driver, a scout. You know, we have all these people involved. Like I said, I can't discount the yellow jacket. And Holly S says, I really hope that they are being tracked and watched and wiretapped as well. You know, Holly, I think that's so interesting because, you know, again, with Brian Laundrie's case, they had like surveillance on him. Obviously, they dropped the ball, you know, unfortunately, but they were doing that at their house. They were, you know, and the Laundries were lawyered up and, you know, wouldn't allow for anything, but they still surveilled them, even with all those other people out in front of the house and everything. Yeah, Scranton, when he says that, it's just, ugh. The way the cops treated Sebastian at the vigil, I definitely think he's cleared in their minds. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was like such a wonderful thing that they had law enforcement there. I didn't know if I was misreading the flyer, whether they were saying praying for law enforcement or, you know, come pray with us and law enforcement, because I think that in a situation like this, you know, sending even just one officer as a representative to be, you know, there as, again, a voice of reason, authority figure, someone who is watching over things to make sure that everyone is safe. That is such a an important aspect of things, to where that way there's no question, you know, and then people are less likely to show up and cause trouble, in my opinion, if the police are there, you know. It's just a more safe environment. Let me go ahead and we'll watch this next clip. Actually, yes, there we go.
I've heard stuff, and of course, you know, I always try to be careful because I always want to respect my sources.
So I'm going to get into that in a moment.
Yeah.
So we've heard the rumor back in around October or so. People were saying that Katie stopped talking and she's now lawyered up. We kind of believe that was the true.
And I've heard the same stuff from other sources, and yeah, not surprising.
The truth, but we don't, you know, 100% do we know that, you know. Tony says, you remember all those interviews that Seth had attorneys with him? Easiest question. I think if I ask any of you right now, who's the party responsible for Sebastian's disappearance?
And if
parties are that are responsible for the disappearance of Sebastian. And I haven't really had any questions about this for a while.
I don't know who put this video together, but anyway, yeah, great channel. I love them. You know, it's so cute to see, you know, a family come and, you know, put all their kind of insight from different members. That's amazing. I have a lot of respect for them. Dropping some big bombshells. They are local out there, and, you know, I believe them. And like I said, I'll kind of end with, before I kind of discovered this footage, or, you know, discovered this clue about the floodlights, motion lights being activated by some foreign source, which likely was the vehicle. I had a phone call with somebody, you know, one of my sources, and heard some things that were going on. Obviously, I'm not going to get into details right now. Of course, if you guys know me, I know I tell you some of this stuff, and I know some people hate to hear that because then it's like, but if there's, in due time, I will expand on some of that. But right now, because like I said, I don't want to ruin any potential leads that could be discovered. But in due time, like I said, there are guaranteed. I was ecstatic before I discovered this morning. Like, oh, I can't wait to go live and tell you guys that there's some things going on behind the scenes with certain entities, but we'll eventually talk about them. But yeah, this is an exciting time. Again, I'm not going to say, there's going to be a arrest next week, but I do think right now some of the best things that I've heard in a long time are happening. So I'm really excited. And hopefully, again, I don't know, to me, I think this is kind of big. This obviously adds more context to the vehicle, something moving, and the behavior of the vehicle. And, again, it's just adding a little bit more context. And that's just, we just slowly build on it, right? We're not just going to, discover the clue that brings, everything, or, brings it to an arrest. Sorry, I still have my migraine, so it's piercing every thought. I apologize. But you guys know what I'm trying to say. It's just baby steps, but, I'm trying to do my best on this side of things. And I just say, again, if anybody has footage out there that pertains to this case, if they want to share it to me and they don't, I don't have to, need to share it publicly, right? If they want me to look at it, and if I find something, I can send it to TBI, and I am totally fine with that. I'm not a person that, has to be the first person to put out stuff, or have exclusives. That's not my thing. I'm more focused on helping bring closure and finding Sebastian, right? Live. The one thing I was going to say is, I know a lot of people are talking about this.
All right, so turn around, come back.
They thought it was AI. I don't think this is AI. I've seen a better version of this video. I think the one that was floating on Twitter is just a really, it's like a 5th generation recording. So no, I don't think this is AI. Notice Chris. Notice how he's like, you got it. Notice the like the excitement and the the tones up and down.
We'll start turning around. Come back this way.
When you do AI voice cloning, it's pretty static, right? When you do AI cloning for voice, I'm sure it's going to get obviously evolve, but right now the ones that I have, I could obviously clone the voice, but it would just be kind of mono.
Pedal, don't stop. See? You keep it up, you do it, keep doing it.
My concern is, so here's the pictures, and there's some better pictures of him on the bike. My concern is how come he doesn't have a helmet on? Didn't he have, that the fluid in his, on one side of his brain, I think the left side, where if he did fall on his head, that could be fatal? So that does kind of scare me. I mean, maybe maybe there's something I don't know, but again, I believe this is actually real because I've seen some better quality versions of it. And here's one of the pictures from it. So I do understand the whole AI because the first video was kind of really janky. But I can tell from the audio that's not AI. The audio for sure I can tell you is not AI. There's a lot of motions, and AI doesn't have that. It's really monotone. To me, this is just an attempt from their side because, you have Seth, playing those voicemails, which just, oh my God, I was crying like a baby when I heard that, watching Tony and Jen. And of course Seth breaking down, listening to poor Sebastian, just leaving these sweet voicemails. Oh my God, it was so heartbreaking to hear. And then Dungeons and Dragons, listen about, and then here, I think this is just the other side trying to go, hey, look, we remember him too, but, here's footage from 2 years ago. It's just, I don't know. To me, it's pathetic. That's just my opinion. Oh, that's awesome. God bless you guys. Yeah, we'll try to do something special. We'll do like a giveaway. Like, I'll try to make a new shirt. We'll try to do like some giveaways or something for the 90K. So, all right, guys, I'm going to leave it there. There's actually some better pictures. I do believe it's Sebastian. Let's see. It's this one here. Or here. Actually, let me do this. Again, and in the beginning, I did kind of think it could be. See, look, that it's Sebastian. Again, I think the video that was on Twitter, it's just like it looked like it was filmed from a potato. I think it was just a recording of a recording of a recording, and it just lost so much quality that it just, you couldn't see him, but that's Sebastian. I'm sure Seth could probably, verify. But yeah, I'm more worried about the helmet, So.
Okay, guys, so that was really nice to see Sebastian riding his bike, and he looked like he was having a good time. He had a green bike, and so that was pretty neat to see as well. Hey, Forrest, good to see you. I'm glad you came in tonight. And then I saw Holly. So Holly says, like I said, the only thing that goes through my mind is what happened to change their relationship. Holly, I've wondered that as well, because obviously it was different in the beginning, but I do go back to a toxic personality, and when someone's trying to get in someone else's good graces, they do the love bombing and that sort of thing, and I think that's a big part of it. And then obviously once they moved in together, I think that the relationship started to kind of deteriorate. And then especially once Chris had taken Katie and Sebastian and isolated them all the way in Hendersonville like he did with Nina, I think that was it pretty much solidified, in my opinion, what Chris's end game would be, having that toxic personality. Just basically like, I got them where I want them, what are they going to do? Type of a thing. So, hey, Shadow, good to see you. I'm glad you're in here tonight. Thanks for watching the replay, Forest. And Scranton says, in my opinion, even if CP wasn't always a jerk, he definitely always has been a narcissist, and he's probably always been borderline a-hole. And Sebastian getting older was probably getting tired of him, in my opinion. Yeah, and I think he started sticking up for himself more, you know what I mean? And realizing like, oh wow, yeah, Starflower, I agree. Thank you. Yeah, and it is, and also aging Sammy, yes, and realizing, sorry, and realizing that dynamic. Oh, no, why it won't let me click on you, Sammy. There we go. Also aging, and realizing that dynamic wasn't normal, and then also when he tell his teachers and things like that, or his counseling, because he was in counseling. What was it, over 30 sessions, over the course of, I believe it was, like that 30 some odd weeks, right? Just weekly sessions. I think that was a big indicator. And I will say, just going into the video, Chris was saying, he doesn't believe it's AI, that it was a 5th generation recording, meaning it was a recording of a recording of a recording. So of course the quality lessens each time, and it did look a little janky, but he also said that the voice cloning would be more static. He was concerned about the no helmet, But I also really believe that Sebastian looked like he was having a good time, right? Because he was out, he was riding his bike. Yeah, I do think that Chris's tone is a little bit, um, and honestly, I think that other people would have taken it as excitement if I didn't know any better, in my opinion, just because I've dealt with somebody like that. It's like, instead of being there and just being present and cheering the kiddo on, um, Chris is more antagonistic with it. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. It just, to me, it's just so, it's stressful as hell. Like, I don't know. It's very triggering, and it doesn't ring to me like excitement. It's just more antagonistic, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I do think that it was very nice to see Sebastian out there and riding his bike, because he looked like very free, if you will, and very happy. And so KJ Max says less than 10 minutes of 2 videos of CP being nice, 2 videos versus 5 CPS reports still doesn't balance for me. Yeah, and you know what, KJ, I really don't look at it as him being nice. I look at it as antagonistic, and it's just because um, of a familiar feeling that I have. Um, it's it's like when my little, when my daughter was little and she was in soccer, and um, my ex-husband would be on the sidelines yelling at, like, how Chris was kind of very loud tone of voice, and just go, 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 and yeah, 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 it just, it brings me back to that spot where it's not encouragement. It's for him to be heard, for him to be the loudest, for him to be the center of attention. I don't find it endearing. I find it triggering. I just do, um, you know, yeah, nice, not, yeah, is not a character trait, right? And everybody has the ability to be nice, you know what I mean? Like, when you say, even if you say something like kind of mean or out of line to somebody, like, you kind of think back to yourself, like, okay, I could have worded that better, you know what I mean? Or, you might take the time to reflect later on, like, you know what, that wasn't a very nice way to, not a nice tone, or not a very nice way to say it, right? We all know how to be nice. I agree with that completely. Not a character trait at all. It's just, a conscious decision, in my opinion. And especially when you're working with little kids, and it's the narcissist's reflection of themselves, and if that child isn't doing the narcissist justice, or if they're not doing what they feel should be done, then you get that antagonistic, because you can almost tell that Chris was not in no way, shape, or form in control of what Sebastian was doing, right? So that's why do, like, instead of, like, being like, hey, good job, okay, okay, now do this, all right, keep going, good job, buddy, keep going. It's not encouragement when it's rapid fire. You know what I mean? It's just not. And for a child that is learning something, it's just like any of us. We wouldn't want somebody, yipping on our ass, right? We would rather them be like, good job, buddy, okay, keep going, okay, all right, when you do that, let's do this next time, or okay, you got it, good job. It's more of a tone, it's more of a but again, the narcissist has no control over that situation. It's just like my daughter when she was in soccer. She was out on the field, and he had zero control over it. He wasn't a coach. He was just a loud, obnoxious parent. And that's kind of what I saw in Chris right there. He had no control over what was going on, so he had to yell and do this, do that. No, don't kick the ball that way. No, come on. Oh, you're a goalie, you're supposed to block that. 5 years old, teeny little thing. Like, no, you know, um, wrong, wrong. But the fact that their control is lost, they start acting out of control. And that's what I witnessed, and I'm sure there'll be people that maybe, you know, don't see it that way. I did see Sebastian having a good time though. So that's important, right? That he was enjoying himself, you know. But I do too, Holly. I do too. I feel like he was very intuitive, and I think, you know, just really smart. It looked like he was handling himself very well on the bike. If that wasn't, it didn't look like the first bike ride, you know, we kind of talked about that earlier. It didn't look like the teaching experience where you've got your hand on the back of the bike and you're kind of helping, okay, running along. Okay, good job. Go on and let them do it themselves, right? You know, it just wasn't. Yeah, and then gaslit the shit out of him. Oh, definitely, Holly. Yes, definitely. Hey, Jocelyn, good to see you. Yeah, CP's tone is brisk. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Seth did confirm it is Sebastian in his jacket, etc. Yeah, yeah, you could tell it was him in the photo, like for sure, for sure. I was like, oh yeah, that's Sebastian. You know, you could just tell, and you know, it was good to see something like that again. I do find it, you know, I agree with Chris here, from Mob Crew. You know, it was kind of fell short because that was a video they could have put out at any time, and people would have gotten again a good idea of Sebastian's mannerisms, things like that. So it's just kind of oh, you're going to put out the voicemails, we're going to put out the video, you know, but at least we get to see it. So I can't complain too much. But just from my perspective, yeah, it took me back to soccer flashbacks. And Scranton says CP says he's brash, blunt, but respectful. I don't think he knows what respectful means, in my opinion. Right, exactly. Like, it's one thing to be blunt and straightforward, because I feel like that's how Seth is. Um, you know, it's funny that you say that, Scranton, because it's like my assessment of Seth is like blunt, to the point, um, you know, but respectful. And then you look at Chris and he's anything but. So I do agree that yeah, it's anything but, you know. Yeah, absolutely, Jocelyn. Yeah, and I don't care where it comes from. Like I said, I'm happy to see Sebastian having a good time. That really warmed my heart. I could have just done without, you know, just no audio on it, because he doesn't say anything. He's not like, "Hey, Mr. Chris, can you help me out here? You know, I'm feeling a little," you know. He's not saying anything. He's having a grand old time, and as he should be. He's riding his bike. That's, you know, I don't know about anybody in the chat, and you guys let me know, but you know, when I was a kid and I had my bike, like, you know, from the time I was in like third grade on, you know, until I got a driver's license. My bike was my car, you know, like I would drive it down to my friend's house and call my mom, "Hey, I made it down here. Okay, you know, you have to come home for dinner," whatever. And, you know, I'd go home for dinner and whatnot. And then, but that's how I got around. Like, I didn't ask my mom, like, "Hey, can you take me down the road?" Like, no, I would just ride my bike 3 blocks over or whatever, you know, a couple blocks over, just hanging out with the kids in the neighborhood. And so, you know, and then you get to a point too, I think, where you're just not, you know, at a certain point, my bike wasn't cool enough and I'm like, I could walk, you know, and stuff like that. So, I mean, it just, you know, one of those things. Sorry, guys, I have this table and I keep moving it. But yeah, Holly S says my daughter was competitive gymnast and the mothers were the absolute worst. Well, the weird thing is like some people didn't pick up on it and some people were like, "Oh my gosh, he's just so involved." And I'm like, "You think? You think he's involved? Okay, you know." And I'm just sitting there like on eggshells, because I'm like, if he starts yelling at her, that is going to be so embarrassing. Like, and he would be, but he would be doing it in this like very like feigning encouragement rather than showing like genuine encouragement to her. And so it was just kind of like, you know, and then also nobody had to come home with us and have him out in the yard putting up cones and like, "This is how you do it," you know, and things like that, instead of like letting her club coaches, you know, teach her footwork and things like that. It was, him just harping on her, and she didn't go on and play sports after that. I will just say that. She didn't. But it's like, if you do that to kids, it's not ever gonna, end well. And that's just my opinion and experience. And Sammy says, when kids was learning to talk and walk, her outbursts of laughter or spinning were cute and funny. But then when kids get older and older, it's still spinning and screeching looks different. At 8+, yeah, it does. I mean, it looks different. Well, and like I said too, they kind of, we all did it, like, go through phases, right? It's like, if all of us are getting our bikes together, we're all getting our bikes together. If all of us are meeting up and we're walking, we're all walking. You know, it's going to change. Kids are going to change their interests and things like that. Sometimes they change them more often than, or, we're just like, all of a sudden, oh, wow, okay, you don't like that anymore. You're into this. And it's just part of growing. So thanks, Sammy. And KJ Maxx says, I think they thought brash had a different meaning, like courageous, and didn't realize it's not complimentary word. Yeah, that's very possible, KJ Mack. I can agree with that. And then, because like maybe he meant like bold or like brazen instead of brash, because like brash definitely means like rough, you know what I mean? Or like pointed, and yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Oh, thanks, Sammy. Did I say it wrong? I probably did, or I might have read it wrong. Um, and Holly says a local in another chat was saying that Cruella had been demoted. Oh, really? So I was wondering if she worked on like a team, or if she was like a team leader, right? Where she has other realtors that work under her. In terms of like, she's the leader of the team. You have buyers agents, you have sellers agents, you have people who work the land, different things like that. So I was curious to know that. Ahalia says, if that's true, I bet she's pissed, probably taking it out on Katie. Oh God. Oh no. And that's another thing. I don't see Cruella being a very nice mom-in-law. I mean, I'll just put it out there. Whenever you're a flying monkey enabler, it's never good for your spouse. Like it's never good. Excuse me, I shouldn't say it like that. Whenever your spouse has a mom that's an enabler and a flying monkey, it's never good for you, because you're always, like you said, going to be, that's true, kind of to blame, right? If we can't blame anybody, we're pissed, we got to blame somebody, right? Oh, look, we're going to do it to this person. And that's how scapegoating happens. And Sammy says, I also remember they said no balls at the house, no bikes, no kid playing outside. Evidence that the kid lived there. Yeah, I do remember that too, Sammy. That was Bobby, the neighbor, that said that. And, I just thought maybe they were neat and tidy and they just put all of the toys and bikes and things like that in the garage. And that was kind of the rule, clean up the outside. Some yards you'll see like toys everywhere. Some yards, there's definitely kids living there, but they put their toys up and, that sort of thing. So I just assumed that until Bobby said that. And then I was like, oh, okay. So he didn't go outside. And they said they never saw him outside. And, it possibly could have been from the stress related to Chris, taking him out to play, or, trying to show him things, because it could have been too stressful for Sebastian. And he's like, you know what, if I have to deal with that, I'll just sit in my room and play with my toys inside. Or it could have just been, this one occasion that they have this. I mean, I don't know. And I don't know if it was possibly, he looked younger, like they were living in that other house prior to the one they lived in on Stafford Court. And KJ Max says, encouragement with that high tension voice that makes everyone nervous. I despise that vocal tone. Yeah, KJ Mac, and I appreciate that, because I know that that's probably that might be a point to disagree, completely with me. But it was just that that feeling, like every single time I watch it, I'm just like, no, that's not encouragement. It is, it's, it's nerve wracking. It's nerve wracking. Especially for a kiddo. Um, you know, I think another issue that I have with it is that, like, Sebastian was doing just fine, right? He was riding down the road. He made it all the way clear down the road. And then when he came to turn back around, it was just like bam, 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 bam. And it's like he doesn't need that. He was doing just fine. He was doing a great job, in my opinion, of really he wasn't like, you know how when you're kind of not steady on a bike, you kind of like start to waver or kind of move around a little bit, or a lot, to where you might be tipping over or something like that. I didn't see that. He seemed to have a lot of control over the bike, in my opinion. Um, yeah, see, Sammy, I don't know. I don't know. Sammy says, I saw that, but I always remember her being an office manager, so I don't know. Yeah, and I also heard that she just kind of like, waits for the new builds, and then once they're, available and ready to sell, she just shows, which is ideal. I mean, it really is. If you get a spot like that, you're very lucky as a realtor. Very lucky, because you're selling a brand new build, and in a sought after area, and Forrest says, I guess CB is in the office now. I wonder why she's not selling anymore. I wonder the same thing, because, I started out in a real estate office, and then I got my real estate license. So that is questionable to me as well, like kind of what happened there, because you're going to make a lot less money in the office, obviously, than you would selling, and especially if you're getting these new builds. But then again, some of the behaviors that Kathy has displayed would be very questionable. I would not want to meet her at a house by myself. I just wouldn't. No, especially now, what's gone on, how she's presented everything. She definitely lives up to the Cruella name, in my opinion, and I think that people are turned off by that and probably don't want much to do with her. I mean, I wouldn't. Mm-mm. No. No. Yeah. Lori, is it demoted by, like, her family, by I hate to even summon, by DG or something? And KJ Maxx says, I thought Mommy Socks was an agent, and we all have to be careful because she knows a lot of people. Paraphrase from what CP said to Bobby. Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure she does know a lot of people. That comes with the territory, because, in real estate, you're constantly networking. You're constantly getting phone calls. Like when I worked as a buyer's agent, um, I was showing all the time. I was getting phone calls from, 8 a.m. in the morning until 8 p.m. at night. And that's only because I turned them off and I wouldn't answer my phone after that, because I wasn't going to show in the dark. Um, just for my own safety and the safety of the clients too. It just kind of is dangerous to do that, in my opinion. And so I always would cut it off then, and I would never show, ever, late in the evening. Um, so yeah, I mean, you just do end up knowing a lot of people, and then of course it's not just realtors, it's mortgage brokers, it's the title companies, it's so you're kind of rubbing elbows with all of the professionals in the arena, when it comes to real estate, or even just everything having to do with it. We would have meetings at Keller Williams, just for like inspectors, like, you know what I mean? Like we would all get together and, all talk and okay. And then the inspector would get up and they do a presentation and they get down and they're like, here's my card, blah, 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 and we add them to the list of inspectors. Here you go. These are some people we work with, blah, blah, blah. They always want recommendations, right? So, I mean, you just get to know a lot of people in the industry, just kind of without even trying. And Holly S says supposedly they were afraid that the case was going to hurt the reputation of the company. I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that. And just the way that Mama Socks is handling herself, I think it would make a big difference if they weren't handling themselves with the way that they are. But for, all it takes is for people to see the posts like, well, she's going to burn in hell. She's got a special place too, stuff like that. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But things like that rub people the wrong way. And they're like, well, wait a minute. If somebody called me evil, I'd be like, no, I'm not, and I'm a good person. I'm not evil, and so, but for her to just be like, yep, and you're going to burn too is like, whoa, like unexpected. Right. And not something that people who are strong in their faith are going to want to have anything to do with that, not especially not be alone in a vacant house with them. Yeah, Lori says I can see why. I agree. Chris is the way he is because of her. Yeah, she allows it, right? She's enabled it. She's unfortunately, instead of correcting it, she's allowed it, but I believe that she's a very toxic individual herself. And then of course there's a lot of studies out there when it comes to a narcissistic mother putting the narcissistic traits on their children. They're learning these behaviors because they're witnessing the manipulation, the triangulation, the love bombing, the hoovering, the fawning over somebody and then talking behind their back, things like that they're going to just learn those manipulative behaviors. So I agree with that, Holly. I do. And KJ Max says that makes sense. I'd worry about that if it were my company. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just things that you have to consider, especially when you work with the public, because they're going to they're going to want to trust you. And if you're in a situation where you're dealing with arguably one of the biggest investments somebody will make in their lifetime, you want to have the peace of mind that you're working with a professional and that you are, that you can trust them with your investment like that, and two, it is a very big thing in the industry that you build the relationships and the rapport with the client, right? Because at the end of the day, they're going to have to sell their home, right, and buy another one. And so you want to be the person that they call, right? And hey, I'm going to call my local realtor that helped me out with the first time. Or the idea is like, oh, if you know anybody else that's buying or selling, definitely let them know. And, I would love to interview with them, for the position of buying or, helping them buy or sell a house, right? That's kind of customary. And so that really kind of cuts things off when we're looking at some of this behavior, because people aren't going to want to work with somebody like that. They're not going to want to entrust their children's biggest investment to this person. So it speaks volumes, in my opinion. I believe it is. I believe they are different, but I think that there were homes that were, I mean, basically, hey, can you show 123 Main Street, something like that. If you sell it, you get commission. If you don't, you don't. Referrals is a huge part of real estate. So even as a licensed agent, if I was to say meet a buyer that I couldn't help, and I referred them over to another real estate agent, they would pay me commission on that. And I wouldn't do anything besides be like, hey, this is Donna Smith. She wants to buy a home. She's pre-qualified. And here's the client. And they would work part of their commission out for me for a referral fee. And that's how it works. So even when it comes to things like that, again, you know, you want people to respect you. You want people to trust you. You want people to like you. I mean, you know, it even goes to that, because it's like it again, trusting you with their biggest investment, you know, trusting you to find them a home that's suitable for their family, things like that. So yeah, I mean, I think I think that DG was a referral source for CB, in my opinion. I really do. And Holly S says all those real estate ads would have been a great opportunity to get Sebastian's picture out there. Absolutely. Or the yard signs, you know, the ones that they never did really put out. You know, it was like they had the one in Chronicles of Olivia that they never did put out more than basically in their yard. And we do see that there was one down at the school, and then there was another one on the right before the school on the left side of the road. And so, and I did a comparison video on that, and I did that when they were bragging about it on Smiley, how, you know, his mom got the real estate, you know, because she's in real estate, that she got the yard signs out. And then I come to find out, you know, Smiley had asked to buy one, and they didn't even, you know, give her one. So so much for that, you know. So much for that too. But I agree, Holly S, you know. It's just a lot of missed opportunities. And Lori says, absolutely, she made CP exactly who he is. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And you know, there's a fair amount of empathy that I do feel for him on that, you know, because again, we're all just, you know, people that grow up, right? And it's not really our fault how we're raised and things like that. But it's at a certain point as a grown man, you know, it's time to kind of, you know, realize that if mama's not doing right, then something needs to change. And the same thing goes for mama. If the son isn't doing right, then there's something's wrong, you know. And to just enable behavior, you know, just again, like going back to Brian Laundrie's parents, you know, just that, you know, if you went to jail, I'd bake a file and put it in the cake for you. If you called me, I'd bring the trash bags for the body, and all this disgusting, romanticizing, red rum, in my opinion, and being, oh, I would be there for you, son. Like, that's not doing anybody any favors, you know. It's just not doing anybody any favors. It's ruining them, you know. I agree, Lori. And Poppy Love says, if Seth had already thought Sebastian had already taught, excuse me, if Seth had already taught Sebastian to ride his bike, CP was just mouthing like he wasn't doing something, although he was cheering him on. I'll give him, he was encouraging, but no teach, no patience. Yeah, I just, yes, I agree with that, you know, because it really looked like he already knew kind of what he was doing. He had very good control over a bike. And, you know, we all kind of know when we first get on a bike, it's kind of, you know, especially without training wheels, the training wheels will keep us balanced. But once we don't have those, and obviously that bike was a more of like kind of a mountain bike, right? Where it's like he was stable on it. He wasn't like, you know, kind of, you know, jiggling around. I'm going to jiggle my whole camera system around. But you know what I mean? It's like he wasn't jiggling around or unstable. He was very, you know, straight course, and then, you know, kind of turned. That's another thing that's difficult, Poppy. So I'm so glad you said that too. It's difficult to turn on a bike, right? That's when we're always going to kind of eat shit, you know, or wipe out, or whatever you want to call it. Is when you're kind of learning to do the turn, because it's kind of like, especially if you're going too fast, you can kind of lose control and things like that. It looked like Sebastian had very good control, in my opinion, over his bike. And KJ Max says, Holly, yes, so true, so true. another wasted opportunity to help find him. Yeah, and they want us to believe this, and that's what's really frustrating to me too, because it's not that way in my opinion. If it was, I'd be the first one to give credit where credit's due, because we want to see that, you know. And Crafting in True Crime says, my sister is an insurance agent, and she has a ton of connects with brokers, realtors, etc. Yeah, it just kind of comes with it. And also, it's just a great opportunity to network too, because again, like the referrals and things like that are great. You know, like if you're an insurance agent, you know, you can be like, well, I have a realtor friend, you know, or sometimes people will just flat out ask you, you know, do you have any recommendations for someone that I can work with? So yeah, Crafting in True Crime, thank you for that. And Holly S says, one of our realtors back in the day wore a gun on her hip. She was a tiny blonde. Yes. Okay. So I understand that. Whenever we had a realtor that went missing out in Arkansas, um, it was very close to home for us. And so we were like, we need to put some policies and procedures in place, because we called a lot of internet leads. And it was very random, right? So at that point, I had just been in real estate and I was appointment setting. And so I was the one that was making appointments for our realtors and sending these women out there. And it was very unnerving after hearing that, because then I it wasn't completely on my radar. It was in a way, you know, because obviously I'd be like, this guy's kind of weird. And like, I would let people know, like, if I got a weird vibe, and I'd be like, I don't know that we should, you know, do any solos. I think we need to like buddy system up or figure out who this person is, get a copy of their ID. After that happened, we got copies of everybody's ID before I sent anybody out, because it was just too risky. And we also all took a CCW class, because again, just too risky, you know. And it's good to know, it's good to have that, especially if you're tiny, you know what I mean? It's, yeah, that's too cute. And then Forrest says, maybe Sebastian got a new bike, a bigger one, and he was learning to ride it. Oh, that's a good point, Forrest. Yeah, because it was like, in my opinion, it looked more of like a mountain bike than like you know how they go, and I'm sure you do. You know, the training wheels are like teeny little ones, you know, teeny little bikes, but then you can also get the training wheels on the like a more medium style bike. But then also that one looked like that was like nowhere near a training wheel. It was more of like a mountain kind of bike. So yeah, that is a great point, that he could have just that could have been the first time he had ridden, you know, a mountain bike or a bike that size. So thanks for that. That absolutely makes sense. And I think he was having a ball. Like, I think he had a great time on it. And I think he did have, he was exuding a lot of confidence, where it wasn't like he was, you know, worried or anything. He was having fun. He was. And Holly says, she's making nasty comments online. Yeah, I mean, you know, and those are the things that can't really be taken down. You know, those are kind of the things that are always going to kind of be out there, and making those comments, I agree, probably didn't help the situation at all, you know. And Poppy Love says, was Crime Time Buzz saying CB could be involved in real estate criminal investigation? Yeah, Poppy, I think in my opinion, that's what my understanding was, that he could be part of some dirty dealings, which in my research, I will be honest, and this is not to disparage what Crime Time Buzz is saying at all, because I really enjoyed studying her yesterday, and a lot of the things I did agree with, but I just didn't find that, and maybe I didn't dig deep enough, or maybe I missed something. So, but I think, I think that's kind of where it was going to, with just like, again, well, when I researched Craddock, I found a whole lot of real estate contacts, a whole lot of insurance agents and mortgage brokers and things like that. I was kind of shocked to see that many, honestly, and I noted it. And Crafting in True Crime says, my sister could sell ketchup popsicles to a woman in white gloves. I love that. Tommy boy, we don't take no prisoners. Well, well, that's what I tell her. You have to be a good, he got me cracking up over here, Crafting in True Crime. You do have to be very good, with people and have the people skills and really sell, because especially, they kind of teach you, well, I had very good education at Keller Williams, but they kind of teach you that, like, especially as a buyer's agent, you're not really ever going to find like the perfect home for somebody, right? You're going to find a lot of the things that they're looking for. That's our job, right? To go over that and make sure that we're, being diligent and finding exactly what our clients are looking for. But at the end of the day, you kind of choose the top five, right? And then you start showing, and the thing about it is depending on how hot the market is, there might not, the house that you just looked at 5 minutes ago could have an offer on it. And then now you're going to be in a bidding war, or you need to wait to see what happens with the offer. And so it can be, it takes, some finesse, right? Like if you really liked house one, then, would you like to put an offer on that house? Because if we don't, there's a chance that you might not get that one. And if you don't particularly like it as well as house two, then, you don't want to miss out on the chance, right? So it's a delicate dance, but I love the Tommy Boy reference. Thank you for that, because that's great. Crafty KJ Mac. Oh, but it's wild Googling her. I got really upset, Holly, in my opinion, she's stressed out and snapping at people at work. And it could very well be. She's very snippy. And the thing is, you know, when I Googled, well, when I just went ahead and looked in Facebook, it was eye-opening to not see any pictures of Sebastian or like her family. Like she doesn't seem like that loving, matriarch that, how do I put it? Like, she doesn't give me smushy vibes at all. Like, she's not that person to be like, this is my granddaughter and grandsons and I love them. This is my, my family. I love my family. Like, she's just kind of like, I'm Kathy Bowersox. Look at me. I go to parties with my husband all the time. Like, she just like did not rub me as a grandma. Did not rub me as a mom. I mean, I didn't even see a picture of Chris on her page, to be honest with you. It was like her girls. And so, which is, that's up to her. It's her page. But in the same way, like I just kind of got very cold, very distant, like not loving. And that will change a child too. That will make a child cold and distant and not loving too. So we should learn from mom, it was always crazy to me how Chris always moved back to near his mother. Yeah, because he knows that she'll, be there to facilitate his control tactics, in my opinion. And it does. It's like moving next to all of the people that will do dirty deeds. Um, Step socks. Doing things for, paying people for, to harass his exes and things like that. They live for it, in my opinion. Um, and Crafting in True Crime says, seriously, she's good. I'm totally opposite, of course. I barely can talk to people, let alone sell something. Well, and I think anybody can, especially if you have like, if you have, my big thing is if I don't believe in it, I can't sell it. Like I'm a terrible salesperson if I don't believe in it. But if I do believe in it, I'm like really, down on it. I'm like, yeah, this is what we do, right? You got to do this and blah blah blah. And it's exciting, right? It's fun, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well I would do if I had to sell something that I didn't like or that I didn't believe in. But I always thought I was helping people with real estate. I never thought I was hurting anybody or because you have a fiduciary duty. You have all of these things that you have to stick to, and you do the continuing ed every couple of years, so you're very well versed at real estate law, state law. Um, Yes, very good points for us, says Holly. Yeah, I agree. And I wonder if or if it's because he's a mama's boy, or because of their realtor scams, in my opinion, they have going. You know, it could be, I think it's a lot of both, you know what I mean? Because it's kind of like, a good example would probably be like Gypsy Rose Blanchard, you know, like, she's already kind of so deep in it with her mom, and they kind of already had that working relationship that, if there is, real estate schemes going on, then it was just kind of par for the course for the relationship. They don't do, good, they're doing bad. And that, you know, just my opinion. And I wonder, Holly says it bugs me so bad that they do, have access to all those subdivisions that are being built. Yes, it does me too. It does. It's always worried me about access to, you know, land, property, and vacant homes. Because things can happen in a vacant home, and who would think to look at, you know, for instance, you know, 311 Main Street, right? Out of the blue for no reason. There would have to be some connections, and it could be very possibly overlooked. It could have been a place to bring Sebastian to, in my opinion, and very easily, very easily. Um, sometimes you have vacant homes where people don't even live in them anymore, obviously, because they've moved on, right? Say somebody has a job offer and they're like, I have to sell my home, but they can't get it sold, right? Because the market, or whatever the reason, they don't want to change the paint. Sometimes it's that simple, and they just don't want to do it. They don't want to put new carpet in. You're like, I told you to put, you know, how come my house isn't selling? Well, I told you to put carpet in like 2 months ago. And then as soon as they do it, the house is sold. It's, you know, it's strange how that works. Or just a paint, you know, or somebody might come in the house and be like, well, I don't like those walls. I don't like the colors. You know, that's why they say, neutrals are always good, because, you know, that way people can see, and the least amount of your stuff that's in the house, the better, because then people can see their things in the house instead of all of your stuff. You know, it just kind of makes sense. But, yeah, it's very interesting. Um, yeah, in my opinion too, because, gosh, they just could really, gosh, they could just have access that a normal person would not have, right? To, a place where no one's going to come home anytime soon, and somebody could be sitting there, you know, living in the house, and the homeowners wouldn't be any wiser, you know, to it. Um, yeah, that's what, you know, we were talking about that too, Holly. The real estate schemes, it seems to go over, she says it seems to go over my head a little bit, but it wouldn't surprise me. Well, you know, it's just, what she was saying when we did, kind of watch her yesterday, on the live, it was more or less, in my opinion, kind of, how do I say it? It was like she would gift, um, Stepfoot a house, right? She would gift him this house, and then he would sell it for profit. And then, and I don't know if he'd do sorry guys, I don't know if he would do for sale by owner, or if it was something like that. If he would do a pocket listing, if he would, you know, I don't know if Chris even has, the licensing, or if maybe he got his brokers. I mean, I don't know. But apparently then he would sell the house, obviously making a profit, and then it would stay in the family somehow. I'm not exactly sure, the exact path of how that would work. Um, but I know that there are several properties, that exist like in the family realm, if you will, which, you know, you never know. You never know what people, you know, and there's a lot of money in real estate too. There's just so much money in it. And then, you know, if, um, you know, people could make a cash offer, and you could, you know, there's just a lot. There's a lot of ways that you can do things. And, that's why, you know, you're held by standards like with the board of realtors, and things like that. So, there's a whole commission. If there's any type of ethics complaints or violations or anything like that, it's all seen through there. You can get sued for doing dirty deeds and doing somebody dirty, really. And Forrest says, are they the ones building near Stafford Court? No, no, they're not. To my knowledge, they build kind of more upscale homes. Not to say that those homes aren't nice or anything, but they're just more upscale, the ones that they're actually involved with. Um, and Holly S says, I'm shocked she didn't say she's getting threats and scared to show homes. Oh gosh. For something tells me she's not afraid of anything. You know what I mean? Forrest is right, Holly, but yeah, something tells me like she's she's feared and revered, right? more than anybody. Holly S says, strangely, I do feel empathy for him. Yeah, I'd love to, I'd love to know more about everything that went wrong with him. Yeah, I mean, he did state before that, he was mistreated as a child by, I guess it was his dad. And then also when we think about how manipulative, Kathy can be, also no pictures of Chris on her Facebook. Maybe he's seeking approval from his mother, which is the worst thing if you think about it. And I agree with you, Holly. But I think it's important to really empathize with everybody, even though we might not particularly like them, but it's interesting to know why things happen, right? And it's interesting to kind of understand, because maybe that will help us to um, show grace, because it is another human being. But I do wonder the same thing as well. And I do feel empathy as well. So I'm glad, because I think that's important. And Forrest says, I like seeing CP doing good things with Sebastian. I would also like to see a video or pictures of Sebastian driving that equipment too. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Well, that was that was a little bit of one of my gripes, because I have not seen that video, and I heard there was one out there. But in the picture that was taken, you could tell Sebastian's very, he's having a great time. He's very focused. He did a very good job, according to Chris and Katie. That was a beautiful compliment. I will say that. Um, you know, but then I didn't see a picture with Chris in it, and he said that was his favorite memory with Sebastian. So then it made me wonder. And I hate to be skeptical of everything the man says, but it's difficult for me not to be, with just all of the kind of lies and stuff that we've noticed from him. But I agree with that too. I think it really would have helped out and showed how much they cared, because actions speak louder than words, in my opinion. And it's like, it would have been nice to see that. I would like to see that too, Forrest. So I appreciate that comment. Because I do think that if people don't ever have redemption, and we're just always you're bad, you're bad, you're bad, you're bad. And that goes for anybody. It's not going to make them good, right? It might even make them worse. And so I do think that it's so important to allow for someone to change the road that they're on anytime, right? And allow for them to and in my opinion, that doesn't go for like people who read rum, or people who hurt little kids and essay stuff. But just in general, we can always change or turn it around, right? Because we're not the ones that should be judging. And I think that as a society, we need to allow for that, and not just keep bashing people over the head. If they're making changes and they're doing well, that's we need to show them praise and positive reinforcement for doing that. Not just continue to bash them. Oh, well, well, they're just trying now because they have to. That's hateful, and it's not right. So I appreciate that a lot, and because I think that people won't want to redeem themselves if they think there's no redemption at all. They just won't. It's And who are we to do that to anybody? We're not, none of us are perfect, you know, so it's not up to us. Um, yes, highly recommend CCW. Yes, Lori. I have to change mine over to Florida. Um, you know, so that way I'm all compliant here. And Scranton says, did y'all see the video of Sebastian on the back hoe with CP instructing him not to operate it? How not to operate it? Wow. No, I didn't see that, Scranton. I did not. I heard that it was out there, but I haven't seen it. When my son, who's on the spectrum as well, moved into another size bike or without training wheels, he had to learn again. So I believe that's what CP was doing, in my opinion. Yeah, crafting and true crime. And that's, that's what Forrest was saying too. So I think that's a really valid point, that it could have been like the first time he had ever ridden that mountain bike or a brand new bike, because it is different, right? We got to get used to the way that the bike operates. So absolutely. Yeah. I can definitely see that. Yeah, Poppy Love, I agree. I agree. And Crafting and True Crime says, Lady Freedom, I can point you in the right direction with those dealings with CB. Okay, yeah, let me know. And I did see your email. Sorry, guys, I keep kicking my table and moving it. So I did see your emails, and I need to go back over and check them too. So I'll have to remember to do, because I have ands on my list too. I was really trying to study this lights. Like I said, I did take notes when I first saw it, and then the new one came out earlier too, and so I've really been just kind of studying it. And I know it's like, even, Chris was saying, from the mob crew, he was like, I've seen this like thousands of times, but, and I kind of feel like that too. But I never realized, and this is one thing that he helped me put into perspective, that we were looking at like one video, pieced together of this one, right? And then somebody taking, and zooming in, then I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I don't see how I didn't notice that before. That was, Nick Barris video and then 3 different pieced together. So I really was grateful to watch that, because I think it puts things into perspective. So I was kind of like, it was almost like I had just saw something for the first time almost. So I was really like watching it over and over and over again. Just kind of trying to see if I could notice anything as well. And Forrest says, Scranton, yes, that's what I am talking about. I would love to see more of that. It's not easy to drive equipment. No, it's not. And it's a bonding experience, right? It's lovely to see that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff we want, for, that's the relationship we want to see. Oh, Holly, it is Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com, but with no apostrophe. So just like my channel name and then at gmail.com. Yeah, it's interesting because, we're always going to learn more and more in this case. And I think as well, it's just one thing to, I don't know. There's always different things that may change our perspectives. Like say there's something that is out there that we didn't know before, and once we hear it or see it, and then we're like, oh, okay, well that changes my view or my feelings on that. So, I think that's a valid, point to think about. And Scranton says he was doing awesome, probably better than I could. Oh, definitely better. I would be. Nobody needs to, nobody needs me operating any heavy machinery. I'm a good driver and whatnot, but when it comes to like doing that, to me, it's tough. I agree, Scranton, it's tough. Oh, thank you, Crafting. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, I've been told from a very, very reliable source, like very reliable. Yeah. Hey, Lori, good to see you. You're not that late. That's okay. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, and Forrest says, Scranton, I have the same thoughts. Good to see you, Lori. And Crafting says I can take it dumb in the box and mark it, Gary. I can take a dump. Oh my goodness, she says I can take a dump in a box and mark it guaranteed. It could happen. You could get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a butcher's. I'm just kidding. Um, wait, it's got to be your bowl. It's one of my favorite ones too. It is. I just love it. He's so funny. So funny. Just so funny. I can't even imagine having to live with those people. Oh, me neither, Lori. You know, and that's what's the saddest thing. It is sad when I think about it. It just this it's also sad because I know that if a narcissist does not become self-aware, it doesn't change, right? Everybody in the household can change the way they look at things, do things, act. They could go to the counseling, they could work on themselves, and it's not going to matter because the narcissist is still going to act out until they become self-aware and realize that they have to work on certain things about themselves. Until that happens, it will never stop. But the bad thing is that ego gets in the way every time, and for the most part, and it makes it so they don't want to look inside. They don't want to admit faults, and we all have to do that every single day. We have to do that and keep a humbleness about us when we think about different scenarios. That's important, and because it's very easy to judge. It's very easy. And it's very easy to judge without being in the person's shoes as well. So I do agree with that. But when I think of Sebastian, it's just like it's upsetting to me because I want to, and I think a lot of us feel like this. I think all of us do, to a certain capacity. Like we just wanted better for him, and we just wished he had better. And Holly S says apparently she went to a 3-day prayer retreat and did not mention Sebastian wants, oh gosh, that from a local too who was at the retreat. Oh my gosh. See, and that's so weird to me that why have they not had one single vigil, but then they were upset because they weren't invited to the vigil that Seth had after a year of not having any vigils for themselves or anything. To me, I would be doing, and I've said this too. I believe that I would be doing my own thing, just based on the relationship I have, um, with my daughter's father, my ex-husband, but I would still be doing for her. Like that would never stop me. And so I think that's where my disconnect comes in so hard, is because it's like, no matter what his dad's doing, that wouldn't make a difference to me. And I also wouldn't be trying to show up at their stuff. I'd be respectful to that level and know that that's not going to end well. And so, do my own thing. Yes. Handing out flyers, searching. They have enough people and support that they can definitely facilitate that. They just choose not to, in my opinion. Oh, wow. Holly. Oh my goodness. Mm. And see that bothers me because it is sketchy. It's sketchy shit. It is. You know, yeah, I did find that to be odd too. I did, Holly. I did find that to be odd. Um, I know CTB was kind of telling us to go fishing a lot more into, even like people who filed for divorces retracted. I thought that was interesting too. Um, yeah, but I think it's super sketchy. I do. Not even pretending. Yeah, exactly, Scranton. Exactly. Oh, I see, Holly. Okay, see, now that makes sense to me. Having auctions for inexpensive homes, people on the inside will change the dates at the very last minute, so they will get the ones to get or they'll be the ones to get the home. Yeah, and mm-hmm. Yeah, that is against, everything they teach. That that is not a good. That is not good. That is not how, and that was another thing that I was very kind of that drew me to real estate as a sales position over another, because I was a sales manager at a hotel too, before that. And so that kind of taught me, the ins and outs of showing property and staging and different things like that. I learned a lot of those skills. And then going into real estate, it really helped. But um, yeah, I was happy because it's very structured, and it's like there's rules, right? You have to be ethical, you have fiduciary duty, you must disclose, right? There's like a certain amount of honesty that I really loved about the real estate game, right? Because it's like, there's a lot of things in place that holds accountable, um, so that way it's a win-win for the client and the realtor, and then you have that relationship that people trust you, and I think that's a good relationship. And then when you take advantage of that, that is a major problem and a character flaw in my opinion. Because how do you put your pillow down? How do you put your head down on your pillow knowing that you are a shyster? Um, it doesn't, end well. And Poppy Love says that's really sad and pathetic that she's not even asked for a prayer for Sebastian at the prayer retreat. I know, Poppy. I know. I agree. Yeah, sit on the house for a couple years, then flip it, make tons of money off it, wash, rinse, repeat. Right. Right, Holly. That makes complete sense to me. So yeah, working off of, yes, um, yeah, and then I can also see, like, doing a foreclosure, getting in on that early, and then, flipping. Yeah, I definitely can see that. Absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but you do it in an ethical way. You do it with integrity. And KJ Max says Holly S is this is already being investigated, or this coming to light. See, I think this is coming to light, and Crime Time Buzz talked about it. Um, you know, she did. She said that Dog had mentioned that there was some big pocketed friends in real estate and different things that favors for politicians and things like that. Very, um, very troubling information. You know, Another thing, that there's a lot of money that changes hands, right? And you also have to make sure that you're not commingling, right? Commingling is when you're putting funds from your business into your personal, and you have to make sure that those are separate. You have to make sure there's different escrow accounts and different things. There's a lot of working parts to that. And it all goes back to ethics, right? And making sure that we're doing right by clients and following law. It's a big trust position, They buy them with a trust. Oh, I see, Starflower. Thank you. Oh, that makes more sense too. Forrest says there's a lot of money in flipping houses. There is. Absolutely. Absolutely there is. And if, even for a realtor, if you could get in with somebody who does the flips, again, and you're their point of contact, and they're like, hey, I got, 123 Main Street is ready to sell. You can market that baby right away, get it out on the MLS, get it out on, just different media sites and things like that. And people are going to be calling you all the time to come look at it or have questions about it. Or, sometimes people just call you like, hey, how much is it? You know what I mean? You're like, it's this. And then, and then they'll kind of talk to you about it, and you'll be like, have you been pre-qualified and things like that. You just kind of learn how to, ask the right questions just to make sure that they're ready to look too. So KJ Mac, oh boy. Lady, have you ever heard of any scams with HUD housing? HUD's a little bit different. It's I haven't, but that doesn't mean that people don't find a way around it. Because I know the government has a lot into that. Same thing with, like, if they go VA, they're VA loans are very meticulously inspected, so is the property too, because if it's not up to par, it's not tip top shape, the VA is not going to, you know, push the loan through. And so, you know, I think it would be harder dealing with a HUD, but if it falls, you know, and I'm not as familiar with Tennessee, obviously, real estate law, but if it falls under that umbrella, I would think it would make it more difficult. You know, like a lot of times, you know, you'll see those signs out there, you know, we'll pay cash any condition as is, you know, cash offer, blah, 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 you know, and that's a cheap way to get properties when people are that need to sell quickly, you know, and say they only have, you know, $40,000 left on it and they just need that $40,000 to get out of it and, you know, move on and everything, that, you know, they're willing to do that. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I tried to remove my own comment, accidentally removed your. Oh no, Poppy. Oh. I didn't even see Star come in. Holly says the person that told me all of this stuff, I'll ask if she'll do a live. She's very informative. Okay, yeah, Holly, that would be great. I'd love to have people on panel. It's interesting. It's more interesting. I was glad to have Jana on last night. Starflower, buy them with a trust. Is that what you said? Yeah, yeah, Poppy. Yeah. My nephew flips homes. His house is his wife's a realtor. Yeah, Scranton. That's it. That's a good, you know, a lot of times that is the relationship, or, you know, you might have two realtors and they have a team. You know, that's how I got involved. I got involved with a husband wife team, and then we had real estate, or excuse me, realtors on the team. You know, we were all. It was kind of like a well-oiled machine. In 21, I used to do a property comparison for them for price selling. Yes, I've done tons of those. It was interesting, but I'm glad to be back in the medical field. Yeah, and you know, it is. I enjoyed my time, you know, and I enjoyed what I learned too. But it's a lot of property comparisons. It's a lot of you know, finding what people need and doing what's right by them. That's one thing that I was that I did enjoy, you know, that was kind of, you know, you practice what you preach on that. And but yeah, not everybody's gonna play fair, not everybody's gonna play by the rules, unfortunately. And that's why choosing somebody that's going to be honest and has integrity for your you know, for as your realtor is so important too, you know. It's possible he just got lucky. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Real estate is interesting. Yes. And Scranton says, Holly, I would like to see that video. Can you tell us who it is? KJ is a creator who is great with paper trails. Oh, family trees and putting all the sorts of, yeah, records together. Okay, yeah, she went down a little rabbit hole and there's some strange things going on in the Sumner County. Yeah, and that's what CTB was saying too. And I found that to be interesting because I think the same thing. You know, I'd like to dig a little bit deeper into it, but then I also, you know, I just wanted to make sure that I was kind of on the right track, that I wasn't going to veering too much off of Sebastian's case, but it's starting to seem like that was maybe a proper, you know, rabbit hole to go down. Oh, good little Miss Sharon, I'm glad you're back. Could just be a coincidence, but you know how that goes. Exactly, Holly. The coincidences are what bugs me the most sometimes. So I totally understand. Well, my hope is that there are no shenanigans at this part of any investigators that would compromise them. Yeah, absolutely, KJ Mack. I totally. I mean, that's the kicker, right? That's what we have to worry about. And Holly says, agree. That's how we got on the topic talking about these cops possibly having stuff on each other. Well, and that's the thing too. You know, that's what I worry about with the Foot Clan. You know, is because they've done so much dirt for each other, and then Katie doing dirt for them, and them doing dirt for Katie. It kind of comes to the point where it's like constantly, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and do you remember that I did this for you? And when you're dealing with people like that, it's like it's never ending, right? And they'll always be like holding something over your head, and so it's just better not to even get involved, you know. Just try to stay on the right path. And Butter Biscuit says, in many cases, there are pictures and videos taken by the ones who hurt the victim, and the pictures and videos show them having a great life. I agree with that, Butter Biscuit. Yeah, that's true. Halia says, yes. Yeah, records. Okay, yes. Records, yeah. Thanks, Holly. And KJ Maxx says, Holly, I want it to be innocent, but sadly experience makes me a bit critical. I feel like that too, KJ Mac. I do. That's kind of where I'm stumped and stuff. You know, yeah. Yeah, innocent. Yeah. And, you know, at this point, it is fairly up in the air, but I think there's a lot of things that point to guilt. And I think there's some things that do point to innocence. There's some things that I agree. There's some things that I don't. And, you know, what's really hard, and, you know, I'd be the first to admit it, because even when it came to, like watching Katie's interview, and I'm like, oh gosh, not the mustache again. I can't believe she's bringing this up. And, you know, but then Seth did. And then it was like, okay, well, that's a consistency, right? So we're always kind of looking for those consistencies. And sometimes it just makes it an unfair disadvantage because of the past of what they've lied about or what they've said. For me, I was like, oh gosh, I hope she's not going to say anything to embarrass Sebastian. And, you know, it's like my little, spidey senses go off, you know, and I'm like, oh no, I hope she doesn't see anything bad, you know. Um, and it's just because of past experience, you know. Yeah, conflict of interest, Granted, I agree. Recuse yourself and, you know, bring in somebody who's not so closely involved, because the conflict of interest is definitely something that's not a good thing when it comes to cases and things like that. Um, oh, Starflower. Okay. Oh, hey, Mallycat. I'm trying to think of how. I wonder. See, because I can't see it how you guys can, but maybe you could go back up to. I'm trying to think of when I mod for other channels. I think you can possibly go up to the dots and reinstate it. If not, our apologies, Starflower. That was just a kind of a slip of a finger there. I still have the meat lovers in the trunk. Oh my goodness, the wings. Tommy likey. Tommy want wingy. Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. He pulled a fast one on the chicken lady. Butter Biscuit says, in my opinion, Kathy Bowersock's oil will always be a godfather of the family, controlling her own mob family, and she calls it all the shots. Yeah, she does give that vibe off. She does, Butter Biscuit. I agree. I agree. Oh, let's see. Okay. Oh, good. Starflower's back. Okay, good. Thanks, Poppy. No worries, Poppy. I know it happens. It does. It does. Oh, good. Oh, good, Starflower. That can explain why Mama Socks is at the desk while they conducted an investigation. I mean, you know, I just don't see people wanting to meet her at the house like that or anything like that. But yeah, I didn't know about her getting demoted. Her status on the realtor page says office manager, not realtor. Yeah, I can see that. And, you know, sometimes, well, sometimes it's about, you know, just kind of not wanting to show anymore, being burned out. That does happen, you know, because it's a very demanding job. Like I said, just constantly calling. People are emailing, asking questions. You know, you want to be the first one to get back to somebody when they do ask a question, because if they don't, then they're going to keep searching online and they might find another person. So it's a very, it is very demanding. So that it could maybe, it's possible that she could have just wanted to take that position, but it's also possible that there could have been a demotion involved. Because things are kind of heating up a little bit, in my opinion, you know? Oh, good. Yes. It is very interesting. It's very interesting, KJ Mac. And Forrest says, yeah, That's it, lady. But they buy the houses at big discount. People who are in distress. Yeah, and that's kind of, yeah, like that makes a lot of sense. Like where they're desperate to get it sold, and they haven't been able to before. Yes, and then they're able to, especially when they have access, and people in the industry, to get like, for instance, you might have people that that you can get flooring, carpeting, all of these things at a discounted rate, and then you could flip that baby really quick. Um, my aunt and daughter-in-law were realtors. My aunt did great years ago, but unfortunately, my daughter-in-law started when COVID happened and the housing market went down. Yes, it definitely shifted, and excuse me, and that's kind of that really happens a lot. So sometimes you'll hear like people saying like there's a buyer's market or it's a seller's market. Sometimes you'll kind of have like more of an even keel, but that typically doesn't happen as much. A lot of the times you just have to kind of shift your business model to meet what the market is doing. And it's not easy. It's not an easy balance. So I completely understand. Um, and also, it's difficult if you're only familiar with working with buyers as opposed to working with sellers, because sellers are a lot different. Um, they love their house. They don't, maybe they don't want to move. Maybe they have to move. Maybe they have to relocate. So there's a lot of different circumstances that come into play. And Starflower says, my husband worked for a very wealthy family, and we learned a lot of tricks and tax breaks. Yeah, Starflower, and that's the thing. Like, um, just kind of depending. And accountants are different, but it's like you are held to a standard, because if you do anything unethically, you can be sued, and then the board can take your licensing. There's a lot of different things that can happen, consequences for that. I'm really interested in what may be going on with this real estate situation. I am too, KJ Mac. I hope, Hollyess, that you're able to share more as well. Yeah, I find it very interesting. And if anything, it's very strange. Um, it's just a very strange involvement for a missing child case. It just always bothered me. Right when I found out that Mama was a real estate agent, it's just too much access. Um, and yeah, just too much access. Not to say we're not like tracked through our vehicles or phones and things like that, but it's just, it's worrisome. When working with a trader company, you aren't going to get the best things. You have to sort of earn your way up to them. That's true, Butter Biscuit. That's true. But what would Katie choose that family over her son if she did? I kind of believe she did. I have that feeling. You know what I mean? I do. Unfortunately, I feel like Chris. Forrest says, I agree. We need to stay on the right path as that's what, excuse me, let me start over. I agree. We need to stay on the right path, as that's the way we fight evil. It's the full armpit of God. Absolutely. Absolutely, Forrest. And that's the thing. It's important, and it's important to kind of, recognize that none of us are perfect, and that we do have to, consider other people. I think that's really important too. And Scranton says it could be Chris. You guys make me laugh because I can never say that, Chris. And she patted the size 14s. Well, and there was speculation on that, Scranton. There really was. Starflower says 2 words: LLC and trust. LLC, everything possible, and use it for businesses expenses. Everything else is a trust. Yeah, and definitely have to keep in mind with the commingling of funds and things like that, because misappropriating that, and then can really get you into trouble when it comes to the paper trail, like literal money paper trail. And Starflower says, no worries, ladies. It was an accident. Ah, Starflower, thank you. yeah, I would have ran away with my son. You know, Butter Biscuit, and that's another thing. And I can't remember who was saying it. But it seems to me like Katie was, and I think it might have been Tony Mathis, or I don't want to put it on him if it wasn't him, but um, you know, there was a lot to be said about the way that Katie was kind of trying to get out at one point and trying to convey that she was scared and things like that. Hey, Lil Red. And Forrest says, the full armor of God, not armpit. I swear some of the ways of evil tried to come in. Yeah, and sorry if I misread that. And I totally misread the first part. But, you know, and the thing is that, you know, we always have to be aware of that, you know, because we always have that dichotomy. And then also, I do believe that, you know, like evil forces will try to make us do, you know, take us off the path that we're on. I agree. And it's something that we have to be aware of. And that's when our free will kicks in, you know, to where we have to recognize and do for ourselves, you know, as, you know, we were taught to do and things like that. So I think that's really important. And then standing up, if you're gonna allow for bad things to happen, then you're part of the problem, not the solution, right? So it's really important to recognize what's going on and then move from there. So, and KJ Maxx says, I'm guessing this project, or excuse me, this protects the the assets, but not only limiting liability, but get behind the wall of trust. I wonder if we can see if the mentioned people created trusts and LLCs. Yeah, I wonder how many LLCs are involved or how many entities are involved and kind of what, because there, you know, it really starts leading me down like funneling money and funneling money down paths and things like that. I agree, KJ Mac. I do. Oh, okay. Oh, good, Forrest. Thank you. I was like, it's getting late. Yeah, guys. So I think that's something that we can definitely explore more on is kind of this real estate rabbit hole. Um, you know, and I would love to know what you all think because I think it's and you know, I can kind of familiarize myself too with Tennessee law. I know for intents and purposes of trying to figure out like if drones could fly over, because in some states you own airspace above, like Missouri, for example, you own airspace above your home and then you own everything below it, like the minerals and things like that. That's not how it is everywhere. But whenever I was trying to figure out if, you know, people were able to fly drones over the Proudfoots or if they were able to fly drones, you know, in certain areas, in Tennessee, it's the same way. So, you know, it would have to be a certain amount above for it not to be, you know, on their personal property, you know. And so I did look into that, but I haven't dove in too far into how different the real estate laws are compared to the ones that I'm aware of or, you know, what I'm accustomed to. So, yeah, Little Red, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Looking up the LLCs, and you know, it's definitely something to consider when it comes to, you know, the umbrella of what we're looking at, how they would funnel money through, how these big pockets would allow for there to be some level of corruption, which, you know, where there's a will, there's a way, unfortunately. Um, in my opinion. And Starflower says the problem is very hard to track LLCs or trusts unless put it in a family name. Yeah, I agree with that, Starflower. Um, typically trusts are, um, you know, put into someone else's name for specific reasons as opposed to making it easier to funnel through. But there's always different avenues to launder money, in my opinion. You know, it just kind of figuring it out. And then also, I kind of am pointed a lot to a lot of different ethics complaints that we've heard of coming out of Sumner County Sheriff's Office as a whole. Um, And that's not anything that's only so recent. It's been in there a while. It's been there for a while. And Lil Red says, I do not believe the real estate situation has anything to do with what happened to this child. Look, something happened at the home and they had to cover it up, period. Yeah, I believe that something happened at the home, definitely. I just think it was more premeditated. But I do think that it's a scary concept knowing that the Foot Clan has so much access to vacant properties where they could have taken Sebastian in close proximity and people wouldn't really be none the wiser because of the access they have. And that's always really kind of worried me. I don't think like any of the real estate schemes have anything to do with Sebastian disappearing, but I do think that it speaks to Sumner County's corruption level, if there is any, which I just always found it odd that Sheriff Craddock had so much ties to the real estate market being the sheriff. It just didn't really compute. Because like I said, I've never worked directly with law enforcement when it came to real estate dealings ever. I had a squatter situation and I had to call them, but that was not, having to do with purchasing or selling. And C. Taylor says, CRU is listed as office manager for two. Oh, CB is listed as office manager for 2 generations. She may also still be a realtor for a real estate agency. That's true too, C. Taylor. And the thing is too, is she could still be dealing in real estate. She could be catching the easy ones. She could be still working with buyers, still working with sellers. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Lil Red says laundering money has nothing to do with why this child, when I hear creators say that shit, it upsets me. Well, Lil Red, that's unfortunate, but we're all allowed to have differing opinions. I do think that it speaks to kind of what we may be dealing with here in terms of business relationships that could possibly tarnish an investigation when we have a sheriff that is so closely involved with the real estate dealings. But I'll tell you, I do have a lot of research, especially that someone who's worked really hard on it has sent me. So you might not want to show up tomorrow's live because we will discuss, and that's the thing. I feel like if we don't go over every avenue as well, even if it's something that I'm not as on board with, I think it's doing Sebastian an injustice and understanding kind of the dynamic and what we're dealing with in the town. I think is important to examine. You know what I mean? And KJ Maxx says it isn't to do with why he's missing. It can be part of the cover leading to finding him, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm just saying I agree, KJ Maxx, and the fact that there's access to a lot of different properties is worrisome because it would definitely throw things off of a timeline. It would definitely throw things off of, even if Chris was there, Sebastian could have possibly been taken to one of these properties as a holding time or something like that. There's just a lot of possibilities, in my opinion, when you think about that. And I think there's something, yeah, it's just very important. It's very important to examine everything in this case. You know, but like I said, I learned that the real estate was part, was part of this, and then I was shocked to know and find out that there was a lot of involvement with Sheriff Craddock. I will say that. Um, and Lil Red says this: the sheriff's office runs the foreclosure sales. However, the bank who owns the property controls the sale. Yeah, and well, and I think that you missed an earlier kind of conversation that we were having when it comes to kind of how they're doing these things under the table. Just because somebody, see, not everybody goes through a bank, right? There can be cash offers. There can just be an as is sale. And so we were kind of talking about more of, um, people kind of skirt, not, they're not using a loan officer, we'll just put it that way. They're more or less coming in with a cash offer, paying cash, and then the other person will profit off of whatever needs to be done to the home and things like that. And KJ Maxx says, if they're involved in shady dealings together, then we know who to look at and who not to trust. Yeah, exactly. And see, and I think that's another thing that's worth examining, right, too, because I think there's been a lot of situations where we're kind of shocked at some of the ways that things are handled. And I think that's a really good point, KJ Mack, just to kind of figure out kind of what we're dealing with, kind of gauge that. So, yeah, we can all have different opinions for sure. And I think it's important to explore different options too, because I would hate for someone to come in and be like, I believe that there's something going on here. And then me just kind of be like, no, I don't think so. Don't talk about that in here. You know what I mean? Like, I try really hard not to do that, because I understand, and a lot of times too, there's a lot going on, right? You have the chat, you have people, um, you know, I'm doing a lot behind the scenes, like getting the videos put out, making the notes and things like that. So sometimes I miss comments, and I would just hate for something to kind of fall through the cracks that I didn't see or that we didn't discuss because, um, there's just not so much in the case that we can discuss without speculation. Unfortunately, I wish we had more solid things, but I will say a lot of the creators that are closer to um kind of how do I put this, people who uh hmm this the way I'm thinking of it's going to come out wrong, and I don't want that to happen. um so the creators who seem to have contact with Seth and Tony, right? And we kind of have a good idea of who those people are because they'll be in the chat and stuff like that. And they'll kind of give out information and give the green light to talk about it and stuff like that. A lot of them are saying that there are a lot of developments coming out and that there are a lot of things that they can't really say, but they're coming out. They're going to say it, but they need to wait and they need to make sure it's the right timing and that sort of thing. And so I think that pretty soon we might be able to find out what those things are, but I tend to kind of listen up carefully, my ears perk up, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that could be um, important. And so when they say things like that, I'm like, okay, well, something is happening or there is something exciting going on, like what Chris was saying. And so, I tend to kind of believe that and just kind of wait, but you never know. Things could change. Um, but yeah, the bank files for foreclosures, but yes, you could pay cash. Yeah, absolutely. And there's just little ways around things, you know what I mean? There's underhanded ways to do stuff. If there's a will, there's a way. The case does have so much drama and false information being spread. I agree, a little red. It's maddening. And think about what they're saying. They need us to come back, in my opinion. Yeah, and I understand that. I do. I just I think a lot, it's very difficult when people come and say things because you don't know whether you should kind of listen to what they're saying or take it with a grain of salt. In this case, it's been very hard to decipher that, it really is. But I think it's, when there's somebody that's kind of closer to the case, it is kind of more believable. Or people that are hearing from like the spokesperson or Seth himself. I think that it's a lot more credible. But I understand it's very frustrating. And at the end of the day, we're talking about, a 16-year-old kid that's out there someplace, I mean, I jokingly said before my live tonight when I was lighting Sebastian's candle, it's burnt out now. But I said, I want to burn the candle for someone else. Where are you? I mean, it's very emotional to day in and day out. And it is for viewers too. It's not easy for us, right? Because every single day we search Sebastian Rogers, anything new, what's going on? Where is he? Has he been found? Is there any clues? It's horrible. It's like the worst thing that we're sitting here a year later and we still don't know. And that it feels like, in my opinion, sometimes I just feel like we spun our wheels. We're spinning our, like we're in a hamster wheel, just getting nowhere. It's very frustrating. So I definitely share your frustration. And then also the hatefulness between people and the way that people are so friggin', and Lil Red, you're gonna put me on a tangent. Um, the people are so self-centered that they can't for 1 minute take themselves out of the equation and realize that there is a young man who is missing. And it's so maddening to me. It's not about your feels. It's about Sebastian. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's cringy. What are the younger kids? It's cringy. It's like, grab your barf bag, because honestly, it's not about you. It's about these kids. It's about the missing people out there. And if you can't, you know, do good, then don't even do anything at all. Don't do harm for crying out loud, and it's just, oh, thank you, KJ Mac. As I'm getting mad, as I'm like, it's not about you, KJ Mac. Thank you. Thank you guys for being so kind and thoughtful in the chat, and really just trying to talk these scenarios out is very important, I think. It is sad, see Taylor. It is. It breaks my heart every day, because I thought we would be, I was getting a good feeling about the 6-month mark. I was getting a really good feeling. I was like, there's momentum. And then I realized that there wasn't a lot of momentum going on. And then I'm like, okay, maybe that was just a false alarm, right? And then here recently, I felt the momentum again. I think it was more or less around Sebastian's birthday that I was feeling the momentum. Maybe it was Christmas time. Maybe it was a hopeful time. But again, it's just kind of fallen short. And so it's emotional, and it's hard to deal with. It really is. It's hard. It's so hard. And I know you guys care like hell, or you wouldn't be here, um, yes, I pray at night that for the same thing, Starflower, or just sitting here thinking, I hope you're all right. I hope you're okay. I hope you're, being treated better than you were. Lori says, having to sift through all of the BS is kind of irritating. Yeah, it is. It's all kinds of irritating, Lori. That's right. It is. And I mean, I think that's what gives us kind of a lack of patience for each other too. And I hope that doesn't continue. And I hope that we can kind of understand how everybody's feeling about it, because it is so frustrating, right? And none of us want this. I think even people who are hateful half the time want a resolution here, so and Lil Red says that's because we are all the reason why he's because of misinformation. In my opinion, LE is never going to tell anyone what the evidence is. People spend a lot of time guessing, in my opinion. Yeah. They in this case, they're not going to tell us anything. They're not. They're just not. Eric Craddock, he's just not going to. That's not his style, right? And it's not up to us to you know, say if he's doing right or wrong, right? Because he is the sheriff. So but if he's doing corrupt stuff, I think that's where we come in as, as a society and say, hey, that's wrong. But the way he's handling it, if they don't have a whole lot, I wouldn't tell either. I would really be careful with what I had if that was the case. So, Starflower, I'm glad I'm not the only one. But I did. I said that tonight. I was like, when can I light this candle for someone else? Because I want him to be found, and I know you all do too. It's very difficult. And I'm hoping and praying for resolution. I really do hope that what Chris was saying is positive and true. And I'm not doubting him. I'm just saying that I hope that it does come to fruition. So. But thank you all so much for chatting with me, and I really appreciate all of you. And you're really smart, thoughtful, intuitive, and kind of educated guessing that you're doing, because I don't think that anybody in here is just kind of making things up. I think that you all have done your research, and I really am grateful to have all of you in here that have that dedication and that drive to find answers, because Sebastian's worth it, and he needs people. He needs all of us. He really does. And that's down to, everybody. He needs to be found. So yeah, I do think Craddock is angry. He was lied to. And I understand that too, Little Red. I do. And I'd be madder than a hornet if I was him. I would be. I just would be. I'm sure that, there's no doubt in my mind that he wakes up every morning wondering what happened to Sebastian. So, all right, guys. Well, I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. We will talk about some of this real estate, some of these real estate theories. But until then, I hope you all stay safe, and let's all pray for Sebastian together.